RGW and Finlay, and yeah, RGW is in the DRS, and Possession has no ERS, so it will be hard for him to overtake, I would presume.
I will say what's impressive with Barmer is he's done most of this race without any DRS. Montana's been the one that's been sit behind him with DRS, and he keeps managing to pull that gap.
Yeah, and it's very impressive, and it's RGW who overtakes Finlay. Let's see if Finlay can keep in his DRS. But Possession is coming, so that will be interesting. Is Possession gonna lose a lot of time here?
I know RJ, and I know RJ will hold him up to be a prick just to get some enjoyment out of this race, because that's the CSL way.
Precisely. Let's see. He's not gonna do anything in his middle sector. He probably wants to plan it out, but if Finlay has the DRS going up to turn 1, it will be hard for him to make that overtake.
And this is exactly where he's going to lose time, and he will be hating this.
Ooh, Finlay a bit deep. Oh, this has worked a treat.
And that is a godsend, absolute godsend for him. And now it's RJ next. Will RJ be the RJ that I know and love?
Let's see if that is the case. We have someone to make happy again, because Park is off the track again. Let's see, Possession going up to the straight has no ERS to work with. Let's see, RGW has 20% but isn't working anything.
He's just going to let him through, isn't he? RJ, don't be it. Don't be that guy. RJ,
he
no!
is that guy.
RJ, no! Fight him. It's more fun that way.
He has none of it.
I'm disappointed.
Okay,
so he's got a while now before he catches ERT Larkin, who will probably pit before he ever actually catches him.
Yeah, let's go to the front. Montana still behind Bama, chilling. Montana with 70%, and yeah, Bama's with 95%. He's not using any. He's gonna need it if he's going to get behind Possession once he pits.
Choice, I think he can just use it to get through. He'll have fresher tires as well.
Yeah, but Possession has also looked very quick, but Bama just no mistakes, and Montana can't really do anything. It looks like quicker than
That's not a quiet race.
Yeah,
we're gonna see a move here. Nathan actually on his at. I spoke to my curse is fucking awful.
Let's see. Alexander Kraft. Isaac has gone from 3rd to 5th. Alexander Kraft, who we said it was very quick, has pulled that gap that was around 5 seconds right down, and is now fighting for P4. Still very impressive from Alexander Kraft what he did. Of course, spun in lap 1 and has just worked his way up so easily.
Yeah, him and Nathan getting the move done on his app. Izat's got the penalty as well, so I think he won't be looking to get those positions back. Do they need to stop? Still, they all do still need to stop. Assassin is the first person to have made his 2 stops, apart from Kavudi.
Yeah, Foxy right now also in the pits. We still have a yellow flag, but that's probably because of Parker. Let's see what Alexander Kraft can do. Probably just gonna stick behind and make an easy overtake on the straight. Nathan has the ERS to work with, but probably just knows Kraft is quicker, so don't think he's gonna fight it. Let's
big yawn from the boys there.
Only one race after this, or you're gonna have to do more?
Oh no, I've still got Spain and Austria.
Oh god.
Spain, Austria and Bahrain I've got.
Jeez. Not too shabby. Alexander Kraft now into P3, but it's going to be net P4 once everyone pits. 7.5 seconds away from Montana, and I don't see him closing that gap. Yeah, nothing really happening at the moment, with Montana getting a big...
I just had a look at your onboards on the stream. Is that the camera that you use to race?
Yes, it is.
That is fucking disgusting.
It's amazing.
It's disgusting.
You make me insecure. I will use another camera now.
You need help.
Yeah.
That's why you spin.
Nah.
That's disgusting. RJ picks up
Talking
the
about
penalty.
people who need help, get donating, son of a bitches. Get that money
Exactly.
into the link.
That was a good one, you know.
Yeah. It
People
maybe
need the
it's
help.
maybe
They're
7
dying.
a.m. but
They're coughing. They're limping. Their hair is gone. Save them.
yeah, look at your own head. You have hair. Some people don't.
Exactly.
Get donating, you son of a bitches.
Exactly. Do you like hair? We do. So donate and give someone hair.
There's literally no reason to not give anyone hair.
Exactly. Just give them hair. That's all we're asking. With your money, of course. We don't donate us hair. Donate us the money, and then we get them the hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but sometimes you need to explain those things. It's not very clear
So,
to some
give
people.
us your money is what we're saying. Give us your fucking money.
Like, look in your bank account. If there's more than €1 in there, it's too much.
Just
Get
round it down. If you have £102, just give us £2. You don't want £102. You want 100. You want it to be, you know, you want it to be round. You want it to be even.
Yeah,
If you look in your bank right now and you've got $356, just give us $56. You know?
Yeah, no one wants to go to the mates. I have 356. No, you
Exactly.
say I have 300.
Yeah, I got 300. You know?
Yeah, easy as it is.
So give us the 56, and Bama's coming to the pits. See, he's coming to the pits because he needs to donate. That's what he's done.
Yeah, he's donating now.
As just so he pits, Alpum said whoever pits right now wins this. So he knows. Alpum, by the way, you're supposed to join Relentless. Join Relentless. Anyway, Bama into the pits. This could possibly be the winning pit stop.
Yeah, let's
And
see.
I
Where's
think it is.
Possession compared to this? He's going to be in front.
I think this is the winning pit stop. I think Montana has been caught out 1 lap too long again.
Yeah, he hasn't learned from his mistakes he had in Monza, that's for sure. Yeah, Bama only 3 seconds behind, so with that penalty, he's definitely going to have it. But yeah, only if Possession didn't have the penalty, he definitely could have had a shot for the win here, but will be hard now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a race for second now.
Let's see. Montana now in the third sector. Is he going to pit? Probably is. There would be no reason for staying out because he only will be losing more time.
Let's look back at the stream. I've got a race next actually. I've been added to that one as well. Oh my, I've been involved in so many tonight. This is crazy.
It's unbelievable.
I'm trying to think now actually. I've done what? So it'd be 5 races, 6. That's 11 hours of contribution. Fuck me sideways.
They should pay
That's
you
too
money.
much. That's too much. Tell you what, give me money. Fuck the charity. Send me money.
Let's have a look. Montana in the pits now has gone to fresh softs. Where does he come to? Bama just behind. So yeah, Montana again. Maybe if he would have gotten for that undercut, he could have had track position because I don't think Bama was that quick that Montana could have not done anything. But now it's just no way he's gonna get him again.
Yeah, Bama is looking saucy at the moment. Montana left it 1 lap too late. He's not got as much ERS, and Assassin, with his penalty, has already lost out on this lead, technically, on track. So, this is Bama's to lose now.
Yeah, I think Possession with starting loss is going to just shine up for the P3. And Montana, yeah, as much as he wants it, it's not going to be a win again for third time a charm. That he has been there, but not enough. Looking at the rest of the field, there are absolutely no fights, everything above the 1 second. So yeah, this is going to be a boring until the end. Montana has been able to get inside of that 1 second though, so has the DRS now.
Shout out to Kvyat Parker, who is stuck in this race. He is driven around with nobody. And he has now 4 laps into his hard stint in 18th place.
33 seconds behind everyone else. How do we do it?
What? You know what? It's a great, great effort from the South Korean man. It really is.
You would only be doing that if it was for charity. what's going on.
Exactly, he's doing his home nation of North Korea proud, so...
Doing this all for Kim. For Kim, or how's the guy called? I have no idea. Our dictator in North
Kim
Korea.
Jong-un.
Amen.
Amen to Fuji.
Let's see, Montana actually having some pace now on the softs compared to Obama. He's really going for it. He needs to be there before Obama gets into that DRS of possession, because otherwise there is no chance for him to overtake.
I think Assassin will be saying sorry after the race to the man that he sent to an early grave, first of all.
Definitely. Yeah, Obama just in such a strong position also with that ERS. Montana using everything now, but there's just no use. Obama also seems
I guess he's trying to just keeping that 3 seconds of Assassin as well. He needs to make sure he keeps second.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bam now in the DRS as well, so I don't see Montana getting a chance to overtake, but maybe Bam gets maybe a bit too close to possession that he can't overtake. So yeah, will be interesting what these last 3 laps will have in store for us.
Yeah, we thought this was over, but it has not been over. Montana has looked really good on these softs. This could come down to the last lap again. Assassin's going to play a big role in the end of this race.
Yeah, let's see how much he can defend. He has no ERS as well, so if Bama wants to get past, and it is close enough.
I don't think he would. I think Bama wants to stay behind. Just use his DRS.
Yeah, but if he gets a car between them, he can just pull away, I would say.
I don't know. I think he uses Assassin to stay ahead of Montana.
Yeah, definitely too far away here, and yeah, nothing Montana can do.
No, there's nothing Montana can do here. You're right.
Are you alright?
I'm alright. It's Nathan in P6 and a world of his own. We've got Fish in P. Where's these yellows coming from?
Probably Kafudi again.
They're coming from Kavudi. Yes, they are. It's Kvyat Bakker into 17th place. He's gained a position.
What a baller. Let's see, top 3 inside of 8/10, so this could all kick off here.
Let's see if we get some scrappy doodah. It'll come down to the last few laps, and this has been a tedious stretch of commentary.
Yeah, but you're done after this. I still need to go.
Yeah, but you get to watch me win.
Yeah, I gotta say that's like worth it at once.
You're gonna realize how much you miss me.
Definitely. Let's see.
I'm the king.
Bama using his overtake, but as you said, probably just using possession right now. Has no urge to overtake him at the moment.
I think it's a Bama. He could overtake if he wanted to.
Yeah,
he is going to. And he's tying that well, because I don't think Montana. I don't think he thought he was going to get through actually.
Yeah. Bama now just with the buffer of possession in between them, so yeah, there's no way Montana is gonna overtake possession and then have a chance on Bama. So yeah, Bama just playing this race right to perfection.
Yeah, Bama picks his spots, and he's won this race really, hasn't he? Unless he makes a big mistake.
Foxyret with another penalty. We see, Fish just has overtaken Nathan, but Nathan of course with no penalty, so he's going to take the pace back. Of course here with Kafushi, who's just doing donuts.
Bama with some fans in the chat. He's going to win it for the boys as Larkin gets a penalty. You don't often see that from him. The useless sack of shit that gave me a shit team in the sweepstake.
Let's see.
I want a recount.
Last 2 corners to go into the last lap. Bama is actually even going to get DRS here from the ghost.
He has. Which is going to keep him ahead of Assassin, which the look on that is crazy.
Let's see, nothing gonna happen here at the front. Kafudi with another penalty going into the pits now. Let's see, there's something gonna happen?
Why is he retired now? You had a lap left.
Yeah, he really doesn't want those points. Yeah, nothing really gonna happen on this last lap, I think. Let's just say at the front with Bama.
I think the race is over.
Let's see, going to the second sector. Yeah, Bama, as we said, has controlled this race, has overtook Montana at the beginning of the race, and we thought, oh, pretty good, but yeah, he just has been so solid, so
I guess
good.
Finlay. We have a race between Finlay and RJ. If we look on penalties,
Oh yeah,
Finlay is hanging on in there to gain a position.
we don't care about the front. Bama can have his win, but yeah, Finlay for the FRL boys, Humble Squad. Let's give us those points we need from you.
Can he get a P9? Can RJ hold on? He's teetering.
Both have no ERS to play with. Now inside of the 3 seconds, what a goat.
He's got a lot of fresher tyres. As Bama wins, Montana second, Passassin third. It's going to be Alexander Kraft who comes up across the line on fourth later on.
Let's see, Finlay, yeah, seems like he's going to get this. Doesn't gonna.
I think RJ's held up.
Yeah,
RJ's getting help from a ghost.
From a goat, old school it is, I think, who is being lapped. Is going to get the arrest for those last 5 meters, but it's not gonna help. So it's going to be Finlay who gets P9. Colin with another solid performance is probably going to get P10.
No.
Correa who spun on the last lap, so lost the position to Steiny. All kicking off here.
Great P16.
And Parker, the only one who even dared to touch those hearts.
And you know what this means, don't you?
You can go.
I am out of here.
I want to thank you, Nolan, for having this 3-way.
No problem. It was going to be a 4-way.
Was going to be a 4-way, but you make it 3-way with this graveyard shift. I expect at least a podium from you next race.
After that shift, I am absolutely shattered, so I wouldn't expect much. But
the guy with the controller anyway. And the automatic gears.
You're going to watch automatic gears absolutely cook. Watch this. I'll let you run down the order. I'm going to go get some practice real quick.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Au revoir.
Bye bye, thank you for being here with me. Let's see, we had Bama, Montana, Possession with a very good race, Kraft as well. Let me get everything for the standings. Then Nathan, Icegush, Fish, Larkin, Finlay with a very solid result. Really didn't do anything, just solid. Videos, RGW, Collins, Steiny, Correa, Fox Red, Old School, Parker, Semba, Kovudi, who spun like 29,000 times, and Leroy. Yeah, pretty good fight for the lead, but yeah, it's Bama just very solid again, and Montana not getting a win. Montana Possession with a very good race. Kraft as well. Let me get everything for the standings. Then Nathan, Icegush, Fish, Larkin, Finlay with a very solid result. Really Okay, time for Austria, last race of the graveyard shift. Me and Nolan have put in. Nolan has left the ship. I'm down on my own. We have done Hungary, Monza, Imola, and now we're up to Austria. A great track for a lot of carnage, so this should be all amazing. We're of course doing this for the amazing charity Get Donating, you fuckers. If I thought Nathan asking for tunes, I won't do tunes if donations don't come in. Will be all on my own, so my throat is going to be as dry as the fucking desert as at the end of this race, but yeah, this is going to be amazing. So yeah, great grid again. We have Montana again, and we have I forgot his name. He has done very great the past few races, but my brain has fried off. Great races run for the Humble Squad. If he doesn't win, I'm very disappointed in him. Of course, going to one-shot quali. Waiting for these fucking loading screens to end. This game is pretty shit. We have all seen it. But yeah, it's almost 8 AM. Almost awake for 24 hours. Let's see. Possession, that's his name. Has done very great the last 3 races I have commentating on him. So we're gonna follow him during this time trial lap. It's very easy to invalidate on the outside of turn 1, but he doesn't. He's in P2. Asbest also has stayed with us, and he is fighting for the top spot at the moment. Montana in 3rd. You don't want to go deep, stay tight, very early on the throttle, and he does. Let's see, still in P2, Wouter, who was with us with Hungary, has also returned. Let's see if he can do better, and especially do a better strategy. Asbest still in 1st, Possession in 2nd. Let's see, Ron has bottled. Well done, Ron, you are very shit. Fuck you. Possession in 2nd at the second 2 split. Let's see what he can do. Don't go wide here, and he doesn't. Montana still in 3rd, Wouter still in 4th, but Asbest still holding on to that provisional pole position. Goes a bit wide, Possession, not the ideal line. Is he gonna lose places here? Ooh, a bit wide, but he doesn't invalidate just. Very lucky there, and he actually takes pole. Wow, by 9,000ths of a second. He had a very good, or Asbest had a very bad run to the line. So yeah, it's Possession. He's pretty dead. Has done 4 races in a row, but pole again for this wonderful man. Let's see. So it's Possession in 1st and Asbest in 2nd, Montana in 3rd, Wout in 4th, Kieran, who is joining us first here during my commentating, in 5th, Cortez in 6th, Felipe, what a goat. He runs automatic gears and he is in 7th, like everyone outside of him is washed who's behind him. It's Rex in 8th, Dylan in 9th, Miami in 10th, Redkeeper in 11th, Joshua in 12th, The Real Butter Brat in 13th, TL44S in 14th, Old School 15th, Verstappen 16th, Hookie 17th, Ron, shit driver, is in last because he's 18th, so I will look at him and say, fuck you bitch, you are very bad. So yeah, very nice quality session, very close. Some of the same drivers we have seen in the last 3 races, so yeah, it has shown us that they can race very well but very hard with each other, so yeah, it will be interesting what we see here. Of course, mandatory 2 stop, so I expect a lot of people to do medium, medium, soft, or soft, medium, medium. But yeah, normally we see more of the people starting on mediums than on softs, but you never know. So let's wait for another loading screen again. It's almost 8 AM. We have 54 people in the chat. Yeah, no, Auto Gears OP. I've said if you don't get a podium, I will be fucking disappointed in you and you will be washed. So yeah, let's see what this race will give us. And the lights are on. And what are we gonna get? It's lights out and away we go. And it's Possession with a good start. Asbest as well. Montana, they all pretty much get the same start. Wouter on the inside, but can't do anything. Let's enable everything. So yeah, not a lot of change at the front. Only Felipe, who with the auto gears has gone up to P5. What a goat! How does he do it? It's Kieran in 6th, going around the outside, getting the better traction maybe on the outside. Out of Cortez, Jesus, saying a lot of outside here. Side by side with Kieran, who will get it. I think Kieran is gonna stay in front. No, Cortez going very deep. Can Kieran do the switchback? Yes, he can. Felipe side by side with Wouter now. Wow, Felipe Nolan, I'm proud of you. Almost in the podium position, it's right behind Montana, who we have slated for the last 3 races. How is it possible? Let's see, back at the field. Old School is now 18th, has dropped a couple of positions. Ron is 16th. Verstappen has made up 4 positions, is now into P12. And now the train of Austria can begin. Let's go back to the front, where it's Felipe still in 4th, Montana in 3rd, Asbest in 2nd, and Possession in 1st. Yeah, what can you say about Felipe? He's so quick, so clean, as well. How we say it, so quick, so clean. Oh, and we have a spin. It's Miami. When I say so quick, so clean, he spins around, and that's why now Dylan has lost the DRS, so the train is almost splitting. It's Montana who has spun. Has Felipe have to do anything with it? I don't know, but Felipe is up into the podium. Points. Jesus, I'm so proud of him right now. Let's see, go back to the front. Felipe has already made up 4 positions. It's outside of the 1.1 second gap now, but yeah, if he can hold on to this, he's going to be a very happy man. Montana being out of shape, out of turn 3. We don't know if he got tangled up by Felipe or maybe by Asbest even, but yeah, very unfortunate for him. Now 5 places down, Felipe going a bit wide now. Let's see if Wouter can do something. With Possession still in the lead, Asbest 2nd, Felipe 3rd, Wouter 4th, and Kieran making up the top 5. Of course, with this having 3 DRS straights, it's going to be a DRS fest, and Wout shows that with Felipe is driving off on the grass. Very normal here. And is Kieran going on the inside? No, he is a bit of moving on the braking by Felipe. Let's see what everyone's tires are. Yeah, Felipe is on that soft tire, so that's why he was so quick at the start. But and Dylan on the hard, and Verstappen also on the softs. Speaking of Verstappen, overtaking Dylan right now. So fighting between the Aston Martin boys. Evans on the outside, Ron on the inside. Are they going to give each other enough space? Going to the left-hander. They're keeping it clean, avoiding contact. Ron still on the outside. Can he hold it around the outside? Camera's not the best. Yes, he does. No, still side by side. Is someone going to part ways? Both using all their overtake. Going on the inside is Ron. Oh, they make contact, and Ron is the spun. Ah, such a wash driver. We don't have to look at him anymore. Let's see, Asbest in 2nd. Of course, in DRS. Ron is so shit. It's unbelievable. Can he do anything? No, he can't. But Kieran now behind Felipe. Felipe losing a bit of space now. Oh, and he pushes Kieran on the grass, and Kieran's on the grass. Do they make contact? Kieran goes a bit deep and pushes Felipe with him. Can Montana get back at them? Yes, he can. Felipe still on 4th. Some questionable driving by the Williams driver. Getting his elbows out. Can he make a switcheroo on Montana? No, he can't. Montana back into 4th. Of course, was in front of Wouter when the incident happened. Felipe with an illegal overtake. Probably where he got it on Kieran when he got pushed wide by him. Very interesting driving by Felipe. So let's see, can this race calm a bit down? The gaps at the front are a bit bigger. Wouter doesn't seem to have the pace of the top 2, so those are driving away. Let's see if Montana can close down on Wouter again, and yeah, if Felipe is going to lose more position as he is right now. Ooh, almost lost it. Can Kieran do anything? Yes, he can. Felipe with no ERS at all, with Cortez behind him. Going very defensive, compromise. Oh, and he is Kieran! Oh, what are you doing, Felipe? You can't call that so quick, so clean. Kieran is probably furious about the driver standings of Nolan, but Oh my god, and the court is going down the inside of Felipe. Can Felipe, Nolan Felipe hold it? No, he can't. Kieran going around the outside, he's probably very done with Felipe and takes it very aggressive. Can Felipe do anything about it? No, he can't. Oh, and he lost it! Is he... such a promising start, but has now fucked it up and even reset the track. So if someone wants to do it, he can report it. Overtaken by everyone except Old School and Ron. So yeah, very interesting choices by Felipe there. Asbest still behind Possessin. It will be interesting if he's gonna go for a move. He chooses to stay behind for now, extending the gap to Wouter. Asbest with 90% ERS and Possessin with 85, so they're doing a very good thing on that front. Asbest actually going for the move now, so it's a switch of the lead for the first time this race after lap 6. During lap 6 actually. Let's see, and we have yellows in sector 2. Who is that? That's Hookie, who has spun out of turn 3. Does he have damage? It looks like maybe on the right end plate he lost that. Has Cooking right rear tires. Yeah, lost the right end plate, so he needs to come back into the pits. Let's see if Possession can hold up with Asbest now. Looks like it. Let's see. Montana doesn't seem to be as quick as the last race because Cortez, who has been a slower guy in these last races for quite a bit compared to Montana, is able to stay in the DRS. Of course, that's the nature of this track. But Sasson chooses to stay behind Asbest for now, same as we saw the last lap, but then the other way around. And is he gonna go for the move now? Don't think he is. Let's go back to Cortez, who is behind Montana. This is a train from P4 right down to P13. With of course having all the medium runners and Verstappen who is on softs and Dylan who is on the hard. So Dylan, while starting on the hards, doing a pretty good job. Let's see, where is he compared to his starting position? Oh, I need to of course get the right one. Yeah, oh, he's in the same, but yeah, Verstappen on those softs, 8 positions gained. So yeah, he's doing a very good job. Let's go back to the tires. Kieran also closing up on Cortez, so it will be interesting on what they choose to do. Possession around 3/10 behind. Not gonna go for a move as it looks like. Let's go back to these 9-10 people. Kieran very close to Cortez. Is he going to go on the inside? Yes, he is. Let's see, does he get a better traction? Yes, a DRS still. So don't think Cortez can do anything. Cortez has a bit of an ERS advantage. Going on the inside, does Kieran give any space? Yeah, clean move by Kieran, well done. Kieran up into 5th. Maybe can fight Montana. Aspa still in the lead with Possession closely following behind. Wouter hasn't lost that much of time in the last few laps, so Wouter with pretty good pace. And we have yellows in sector 2. Who's that? It's Felipe again. Fucking wash driver. The automatic gears isn't doing him bits, and we have the first driver who pits. It's Verstappen in 9th. To what tires is he going to do? Yeah, medium. So yeah, I expect soft, medium for Verstappen, and for the most of the other drivers it's medium, soft, medium, soft. Let's see, Possession still behind Asbest, still not going for a move. Let's go a bit further back in the field to TLL 44S. You guys remember, we're doing this for a charity, so fucking donate for the unhealthy people as a healthy person. Let's see, nothing they can really do in this train at the moment. Dylan with losing time to the front, so the guys who are behind him won't like this. Possession as best still just chilling at the front. Now they do extend their gap to Wouter, who seems to lose a bit of pace compared to before. It's Cortez and Kieran fighting. I think Kieran made a mistake, or Cortez must have made a launch into turn 1. Let's see. Butterbroad decides to overtake Dylan, who had enough of being at the front of the train. Let's see, Kieran doesn't really have an ERS advantage or disadvantage compared to Cortez, so it will be interesting. Montana still chilling in P4, doesn't really get attacked by the other drivers who are behind, but doesn't also really seem to be able to close the gap to the front. So yeah, P4 it is for him right now. Let's look further back. It's Evans in P10, who is in this behind Dylan and in front of Keeper. Has a bit of ERS to play with, but so has Dylan. He's gonna wait for now. Dylan also with the DRS. Let's go at the front. Is Possession going for the move? Yes, he is. Asbest also not defending. They are side by side in the braking zone though, so it's not ideal how they plan it, but of course they are not gonna lose that much of time to Wouter. And it's actually Evans that goes in front of Dylan. Dylan he make the switch through, gets pretty good traction on those hards. But both have DRS, so it seems like Evans is going to stay in front. Yes, he is. Wouter now quickly gaining on Asbest. Only 1.8 seconds, the gap was 2.5. Let's see. Vrexet, who we haven't seen really a lot of, is almost outside of the DRS and with no ERS to play with. He could lose out here a little bit. Let's go to Reskeeper. Evans has overtaken Dylan. Can Reskeeper do the same? Wouter with a really good pace at the moment. Still has a ERS disadvantage though, so not ideal. But if he could get in the side of the DRS, it would be big for him. Yellow in sector 2, who is that for? Ooh, it's IRT Rex! Who we just spoken about being at the back of the train and losing the DRS, has now lost it on the exit of turn 4, I believe. Bummer for him. Let's go for the back to the fight for P4. Can Cortez do anything compared to Montana? Montana. Already 13 laps in on these medium stints, so when are we going to see the first medium runner pit stops? Of course we had Verstappen, who started on the softs, who was the lead runner on the softs. Cortez very close. Verstappen also with a 3-second time penalty. Cortez using his overtake. Is he gonna go for a move? Montana doesn't go defensive, so yes, he's going to get the overtake. Well done. Wouter still with a good pace. He's doing well right now. Evans now fighting with Butterbroad. Evans, who is clearly derating, but Butterbroad with more than 60% ERS. And some of the people are pitting. It's Asbest, Kieran, Cortez, Montana, Evans all going to the pits, as well as TL44S. Asbest choosing to make the first move compared to Possession. Very interesting. Let's see if Possession can do something and make the overcut work. Let's see, it's Dylan and Butterball fighting. Can he make the switcheroo? Yes, no, he can't, and it's Rescuer behind with a bit of a moment, and Cortez is coming back around the outside. Can he make it stick? Very close. Does he get space on the outside? Yes, he has. A great move by Dylan. Can Rescuer do something as well? Let's see. Aspas with clean air, so he won't lose any time on that. And Possession is into the pits. Wout as well. Is Kieran also gonna follow? Yes, they are. A lot of people pitting as well as Bitterbot. But Dylan is the only one staying out since he started on softs, on hards I mean. Let's see, looking at Aspas, where is he compared to Possession? Has the undercut worked? On the right there's Possession. I think he's going to be just in front. No, just behind and has no DRS. Possession defending, so yeah. Good overcut by Possession, to be honest. Of course Possession was already in front, but yeah, managed to keep his lead. Wouter hasn't lost anything as well. Kept still 1.8 seconds. Tries to get into that gap. Montana seems to have lost a lot. Don't know what happened to him. Hookie is in the third sector causing all of those yellow flags. It's now the QVR boys, Cortez and Verstappen fighting with each other. Of course Verstappen pitting early and he's now up into P6 with Dylan still needed to pit, so that undercut has worked a treat for him. Let's see, can Cortez do something into the last corner? Gets a much better exit. Decides not to do anything because he has the ERS advantage, so I would think that he goes for it here. Yes, he is. Verstappen not defending. And let's see, Aspas only 4 tenths behind Possession now. Will be interesting if these two guys catch up to Dylan. And see if maybe Wouter can catch up then as well, because Wouter only 1.4 seconds behind, very close. Wouter showing that he has the pace to fight for the win, so that's very good by him. Let's see, the gap from Possession to Dylan is now 2.1 seconds, so probably a couple of laps still before they catch. Of course they are much quicker. Let's see. Montana has lost a lot. I have no idea if maybe he got held up in the pits or got tagged out, in the outlet, but yeah, he fouled his back up to P4, but now it's a bit of a rough situation. And when I look outside I see the sun coming up, so that's a bit confronting. Jesus, my English has gone so bad. Let's see. It's Aspas who has now actually overtaken Possession. Possession has disconnected, I believe. I've missed that. Has Possession disconnected? Oh wow. Guy who was leading the race seems to have been disconnected from the race. Yeah, so it's now Aspas leading and then Wouter almost inside of the DRS of Aspas, so he's now really up for the lead. Very unfortunate for Possession. Can he maybe get back? He hasn't been able to yet. Aspas now fully inside of the 1 second. Is too far away to go for a move this lap, I would presume. With Kieran moving up to P4 now. Aspas right on the back of Dylan. Is gonna go for the move here. Very good for him. Let's see if Wouter can make a move soon, and it's not gonna lose that much time. He's now 9/10 behind Dylan. Wouter will probably not want to lose Aspers out of sight, but needs to be quick with dealing with Dylan if he wants to have a chance. Dylan actually pitting now, I believe. Yes, he is. Doing 70 laps on those mediums. On those hards, I mean. Let's see, is Possession already back? No, he isn't. Then we see Montana behind Cortez. With Cortez derating and Montana having 70% ERS, so Montana should be able to overtake Cortez quite easily, because he also seems to be the quicker guy. Thinks better of it for now and breaks earlier than he should. But Cortez get a better exit here, so yeah, nothing Montana can do yet here. Let's see, we have yellow flags. It's Hookie, but it's now Reskeeper and Butterbot side by side. Butterbot with the move and having the good exit and the arrest, it seems like. So he's doing great. Of course on the same level mediums, and we have still Hookie here, who's causing all of the yellow flags. Will be interesting. There's a pretty big train form here, with Ron also almost clamping on. Let's get back to Montana. Was very close to overtaking Cortez, but now drops a bit further back than he did before. Felipe with another time penalty, he's doing bits. Let's see, let's go back to Reskeeper, who's behind Butterbot. Still very unfortunate about Possession being disconnected. At the front we see Asbest, who is keeping Wouter just about outside of its DRS, so doing a good job with that. Lap 21 of 36. Still a few more laps to see the second and last pit stops of the race for most of the drivers. Not many penalties also, so that's good. Let's get back to Montana, who's still behind Cortez. Is still saving his ERS, but oh, and a bit of a lag spike here. Yeah, this is free pass for Montana to take the lead. Now Cortez needs to make sure to stay in the DRS, that he can let Montana drag along, because the gap behind is 2.8 seconds for Cortez. Let's go to Wouter. Right now is second. Dylan, who pitted of course from the hards to the softs, now up into 8th. Very good by him. We have Hookie retiring, so that's a blessing in the sky. Wouter almost smelling that DRS, but yeah, has no ERS to play with, so can't really do anything right now. And with Asbest having 50%, it's very hard to catch up. And Verstappen, who started on the softs, first guy to the mediums, also now the first guy to pit again. He has to do a last stint of 14 laps. Pretty long, if you ask me. We saw Dylan also do an 80 lap stint, but that was on the hard, so it will be interesting what happens there. Let's go to Ron and Rex. Ron slowly going up, but Rex with the switcheroo. Who has the DRS? It's actually Rex, so Ron has to stay behind. Has no ERS to play with. Pretty poor planning right now from Ron. Could have thought of that better. Let's see, Wouter is almost inside of that 1 second, but doesn't have the DRS to help him with it, so he just drops out. Still no DRS for Wouter here. Let's see, he gains it now but loses it at the end of the straight because he has no ERS, so he's losing a bit of engine performance, and yeah, he loses a half a tenth on that last 15 meters, and that's enough for not having DRS. Let's see, the train of Dylan, who is on the softs. We have Ron now overtaking Rex. Took him a lap long. Oh, and he gets tagged by Rex. Bit of a dirty driving by Rex. Loses a lot of time, but Ron is now in front. Has a lot of time to the front though, so he will need to catch up 3.5 seconds to get there to TL44S. And Wout is still in that 1 second window, so still no DRS for him. Aspress is playing with him. Dylan is 7th though, having DRS on Evans. Let's go on board with him. We saw Rescapper going a bit wide there. We see Dylan catching up to Evans, but still too far away. Finally Wouter getting into the DRS of Asbest, so maybe he can do something. 1 lap fresher tires. Wouter showed the pace to have from this stint onwards, because in the first stint he didn't really have it compared to Asbest and Bassassin. Still of course a shame that Bassassin got disconnected. Let's see what he can do going to the turn 3 braking zone. Hard on the brakes, want to hit the apex as soon as possible to get on the throttle as soon as possible. Bit too far away. Maybe he wants to build up some ERS, but Asbest has already also gone down to 15%, so not in a great position either. Let's see. Wouter very close. 2.5 tenths the gap now. Is he maybe gonna be able to make a move into the next lap? He has 3 DRS zones to think of it. With only 12 laps to go, so we are on 2/3 of the race. Let's see. What can Wouter do? Stays behind for now. Gap down to a bit under 3/10. Gets a good lap turn 1 I mean. Doesn't use any of his overtake, so wants to stick behind it looks like. Asbest also using not any, so quite interesting. Seems like Wouter just gonna stay behind for now, or he needs to gain a lot here, but doesn't seem like he does. Okay, let's go to Dylan, who's still on those softs. Went from hards to softs. Will be interesting if he goes for another soft stint at the end of the race. Would have meant that he will mean that he's using a completely different strategy to everyone else. Philippe with another 3-second time penalty, already on 9 seconds if I am correct. Nothing happening on this front. Let's go back to the front. Wouter in 2nd. Has looked smooth and clean for the whole race, but misses that last few tenths to take the lead from Asbest. Asbest with a bit more ERS, so he's doing that pretty well. But Wouter is close again, he's gaining quite a lot. He's going down the inside, yes he is. Asbest let it happen. I don't think Aspas has DRS. No, he hasn't. So it's Wouter taking the lead on lap 27 out of 36. Still the last pit stop that's needed to happen. So waiting for those. And Kieran actually also closing down, only for 1.3 seconds behind Aspas. So this could become a 3-lap battle for the lead at the end. Let's see, Reskeeper 2.5 tenths behind, but can't do anything. Then Verstappen, who has already pitted 2 times, up to P12, overtaking Rex. Can Rex do anything? No, he can't. And we have Old School in the pits, also for a second pit stop. The rest of the field choosing to stay out, so they don't want that long of a soft stint. Thank you, Nathan. Oh my god, I'm sleeping already. Okay, Aspas on 3 tenths. Let's see, losing a bit. 2 people decide to pit. It's Evans and Dylan. Both going to the softs, I presume. Yes, they are. Rex also in the pit. Sector yellow in sector 2. Who was that? I think it's Old School or someone else. Let's see at the front. Is Aspas or Wouter going for an undercut? Let's see. It's good to get real interesting at the end of the race. And Kieran has actually managed to get into the DRS, so this is a proper 3-way fight now. Wouter's doing a fake. Is Kieran gonna pit then? Yes, he should, because of course he's in the same team as Aspas. Ooh, and Aspas fucked up Kieran because he went over the line, and Kieran is gonna get double stacked here. Aspas didn't go take the proper line, so Kieran thought he wouldn't pit, but he did, so very, very unfortunate for Kieran, because he was driving such a good race out of winning contention here, and Wouter stays on, so let's see how he managed it to do. Is he gonna get undercutted big time by all the soft runners? Let's see, everyone to the softs. Let's see where Verstappen is compared to all these drivers. Right into slots into P5, but of course has those old mediums. With Kieran having to double step, he drops to 6 seconds behind Aspas. Has lost so much. Let's see, can Verstappen do anything against Montana? No, he can't. Dylan Evans though, fighting. Evans of course, and Dylan already pitted the lap before. Let's see, Wout into the pits. He can't speed. He doesn't. Let's see, Aspas pushing a lot now, using all of his ERS. He wants to track position and maybe even the gap with ERS even. Is Aspas getting DRS from this back runner? Yes, he is. Where's Wouter coming out? Let's go back to Aspas. Getting DRS. This could be that 10th he needed. Cortes with a 3-second time penalty. Wouter coming out of the pits. Yes, he's behind. So probably with Aspas getting that DRS helped him with a few attempts, would probably been ahead either way, but not too shabby for him. Wouter just behind the out of DRS now, but has this DRS and ERS to play with. Let's see further back. Cortex behind Montana. Montana has managed to go back into P4 again for the 3rd time this race. Verstappen of course is going to lose time to these two, but he has a gap of 9.6 seconds behind, so I think he's safe to that one. Let's see, Wouter in the DRS, so he's managed to stay on, so this could be a very interesting fight till the end. Reskeeper with a penalty. Ron now up into P11 in the DRS of TL44.6. He can still jump up a few places. Will be interesting how this last lap will go. Good morning, Felix. Let's see, Wouter in 3/10, not choosing to make an overtake, obviously. Had 35% ERS compared to the 44 of Aspas, so a bit of an advantage on Aspas' side. Let's see, Montana with Verstappen and Cortes. Cortez has now overtaken Montana again, but Cortez has that penalty, so that's not ideal. Everyone having pitted now, with Philippe also in the pits. Can Wouter show that pace he had in the second stint, where he really brought back his winning chances? Let's see. Dylan has 33% ERS, with Evans behind with 70, so he has a big ERS advantage. Let's go back to Wouter, 3 tenths ahead, behind I mean, with pretty good lap 1, turn 1, Jesus I really can't speak anymore, is gaining, probably doesn't want to do it here but into turn 4, but he needs to get a good exit here then. Asbest still with about a 10% ERS advantage. Not getting a good enough exit and not wanting to use his ERS yet, so still needs to stay behind. Evans has now overtaken Dylan, with Ron right behind TL44S, easy overtake for him. Let's go back to Montana, who's still behind Cortez. We have looks like a little bit of a train, but those are also back markers or disconnected cars. Okay, let's go back to the front. Wouter still with 3 tenths behind Asbest. Can he do anything before the end of the race? Only 5 laps remaining. Are we gonna see a last lap battle, just like we saw in Monza with Montana and Possessin, 2 of the drivers who we don't see fighting for the win here. Kieran still showing that pace in P3. Such a shame that he got double stacked. Wouter gaining again, but not close. Probably doesn't get good enough of an exit. Does he want to wait till the last lap? Asbest also refused to use any ERS, so as the state is now, Wouter has the DRS disadvantage. Very interesting still. Let's go back to Dylan, who is able to follow Evans even though he got overtaken. Montana now still in the DRS of Cortez. Cortez of course with a penalty, so I don't think Montana is gonna take a huge amount of risk. Bit of a fight here in the midfield with a train of 3 people, almost 4, with Miami almost being in the DRS. Very close. Ooh, and Verstappen got a 3-second time penalty. He still has a gap of 9.5 seconds behind, so he's pretty safe, but he won't get Cortez now. Let's get back to the front for the last 3 laps. Wouter still at 3.5 tenths behind. When does he want to make the move? Does he want to lead going to the last? And he's going on the inside. Asbest probably didn't expect him to go for it. Side by side. Wouter with the DRS. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is. Asbest is defending. Still staying in front. Is Wouter going to send it again? Down to turn 4. No, he isn't. So that was the first move of Wouter, but still is behind P2. Let's see if Asbest can keep this P1. It will be a hell of a drive from him. It's very close still. Montana still behind Cortez, but we'll focus on the lead. Gap of 3 tenths. You would think Wouter would want the lead at some point. Going to the second to last lap. What are we gonna see here? Only 1.5 tenths. Let's go on board with Wouter. Gets a good exit. Uses his overtake. But Asbest as well. Is he going down the inside? Yes, he is. A bit at front as well. Are they gonna keep it clean? Asbest is getting pushed on the curb. Wouter has it now. So going to the last lap, Wouter will be leading, but Asbest will be having a slight DRS advantage. Let's see. Gap opening up a little bit. 3 tenths now. 5 tenths now. What can Asbest do? Can he be close enough? Looks like Wout has a bit of pace over him. Going to the last corner. Second to last corner, and there's yellow in sector 2 and sector 3, and it's Cortez who spun on the last lap. Oh, that's so unfortunate for him. But let's see, what can Asbest do? Now has less DRS, but has the straight line speed advantage. Is he gonna get a bit wide into turn 1? Not ideal. It's gonna gain it up to the turn 3. Has big straight line speed advantage. Down around the outside, I think Wouter has the DRS as well, so he planned it to perfection. Yes, he has. So I think Wouter is gonna win this race. Amazing by him. Yeah, let's go back. We have Butterbot and Cortez, both fighting. Can Cortez do something back? Both derating as well. Doesn't seem to get an exit, so yeah, that's Butterbot on that front. So yeah, let's get back to Wouter with a very good drive. He lost a bit of time at the beginning of the race, but he got it back, and after possessing got disconnected, what was very unfortunate. He wins in Austria. Well done for him. Asbest in second. Kieran, who got fucked up by the double stack by Asbest, gets third. Montana fourth. And then Verstappen is going to get fifth with picking the different strategy, but very good race by him as well. Then Evans in sixth. Dylan in sixth actually, because he had no penalty. Evans in seventh. Real Butterbot in 10th actually. Ron in 8th. A good comeback drive from that spin at the beginning of the race. TL44S in 9th. Cortez in 11th. Rex in 11th. Rescapper in 13th. Miami in 14th. Felipe did have the fastest lap, he said, so he is the best. Old School in 16th. And Possessin, who got disconnected, gets last place. Very unfortunate for him. That makes me this my last race. That I'm going to sleep. The next commentator is going to be, I have no idea actually. I think Old School. And it's Verstappen with the driver of the day. Well done by him. So yeah, it's Wouter, then Asbest, then Kieran, Montana in fourth. Again no win, but again good result for him. Then Verstappen in fifth, Dylan in sixth, Joshua in seventh, Ron in eighth, 44S in ninth, Butterbot in 10th, Cortez in 11th, Rex in 12th, Rescapper in 13th, Miami 14th, Felipe 15th, Old School 16th, Possessin 17th, and Hookie 18th. This is going to be it for me. I don't know who your next commentator will be, so yeah, I'm gonna end it here. And good luck for the rest of the event. Remember, keep donating. It's all for a good cause. If you have maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 euros to spare, just donate it. It's amazing. It's going to a good cause, and I want to thank you for keeping up with me with my death throat, and I want to wish you a very nice day.
welcome to round 18, an hour, what feels like lots of hour. I think we're in, coming up to the 21st hour now, or 20th hour of this, and we're coming to Portimao, and it's a full wet race. I've been joined in the box by Ivor and Mike again, which is very, very welcome, because I was going to do this on my own at this rate, because we had a few stragglers, unfortunately, in the comms arena. But this is a weird one. This is a stat that you have to two-stop. You only get 2 sets of wet tyres. So remember, I hope everyone's listening, you have to two-stop.
It's going to be interesting to see how everyone manages that, but honestly,
it's very wet.
Yeah, never mind. I was going to make a case that potentially they could risk a set of inters, but not in this weather.
No, you can see the puddles. Right, that is wild. We should get a standings update fairly shortly, because Jacob's back awake. He's been the one doing it, and I've been driving and doing the comms, so I haven't been able to get around to it, but it should be with us pretty imminently. This is a very hard track to overtake on, and it's the wet track, so it does prove that we do everything truly by random with this stuff. But this might not be the most fun one, but it could be. It could surprise us. Who knows?
Yeah, and I think there's a few wild cards in play as well. A couple of double points for the drivers.
Let's have a little look at that. I'm right on board Montana, but there's not really too much to discuss with this. He is one of the. So this is a big lobby then for these guys. I don't know if they're still in it. I would imagine they are, but they are going to try and drag themselves through the up into a title battle, as he is doing everything he can. It's a wet race. It's double points. You imagine that. Matt too, going along well as well, which is nice to see. This lobby, this isn't as strong as some of the lobbies overnight. I'm not going to lie. In my honest opinion, I think I was coming up against some absolute killers in the last couple of races there. So there wasn't one straggler, but he's doing well here.
I think they saved all the good drivers to make sure we didn't win, but that's what it is.
No, that's how it felt. That's how it felt, honestly. It was evil of them. But Montana's going to get pole here, which you do expect in the wet. With that said, it's close between Matt and Fish and Kraft. It could be over the line that this gets decided. Matt looks like he's going to hang on. And he does.
Just about does it.
I think there was a big mistake. Alexander Kraft had a massive mistake at the end, because he was in the top 4, and then he's ended up somewhere like 14th. So not the best from him. Let's see how he can do it. Thank you, Nathan JB. We're getting there. We're in the last 6 hours of this. God, it still feels like a long way to go, actually. But it's getting light outside. It's positively light here. What's it like in the mean streets of Wales? Is it fully light yet? Or?
It's a bit overcast, but that's to be expected. It is Wales. It's starting to go a bit light.
There you go. The top Brit, if we just pretend Felipe's from actually Brazil, was Cam Rawls there in 9th. It's good qualifying from Cam. That's a very good qualifying for 9th place.
He was eager for this one, so hopefully his eagerness is paid off for him. I know he's put quite a bit of practice into this.
Nolan has a dry setup on. He does this in the wet, and I've raced against him when he's done this, and it is really problematic. If he gets ahead of you, it's very hard, because this happened in Spa. Spa's a bit more friendly for probably a bit of a rocket ship setup, but I feel like he might struggle at Portimao. Slightly different setup, slightly different kind of track to that, but we will see. Larkin has said, when since can Matt drive in the wet? Them two had a title battle once at Brazil that was settled around there, and he couldn't. So I'll let you take us away. I always forget that we're actually like seconds from starting, so here we go.
Alright, here we go to the 5 red lights. Lights are out and we are underway in a very squirrely start for a lot of the drivers out there, as looks like Fisher's got a pretty decent start. Having a look around the outside of Matt into turn 1.
Ooh, there's chaos. There's a Ferrari around Felipe. Ooh, absolute murder going on around there. And Fish is indeed up into second. Can he hold it? He's going around the outside. Yeah, he should be getting this done. He just wants to get that overlap, which he has managed to get. Tries to cut the inside line out. Yeah, no, good move. Good move from Matt. And Montana is already racing away as Cam is up into 8th. There's a little bit of drama going on. He's side by side with Valter. And Valter does get it done. But good start, and the field is already a little bit stretched.
And obviously that's going to be a factor for a wet race. We'll see the more experienced drivers use their experience to their advantage and try and make their way through. As Timo had a little look on NRL AMSI there for P10, had a little peek down the inside, but big snap of the rear end for ERT Timo.
Ooh, got some movements. Jess has been overtaken. Larkin is struggling in the wet. Not something I anticipated to see, but he probably hasn't done a ton of practice for this. He was in the last lobby, and yeah, his car is looking twitchy. I think he needs to adapt to those conditions sooner rather than later. But it's now not.
He just absolutely saved his car there. He almost lost it as he gets overtaken by Cortez.
Right, so Jess is doing a strategy that I suggested, which is pit lap 1, put on a new set of wets, go halfway through the race, put the wets back on that you did 1 lap on. So, interesting to see if that works out. No one else has done it, which leads me to, well, Felipe has, but he barely counts when it comes to strategy. As we have some movement, Ecos Dark and Alexander Kraft, these two are definitely out of position. Ecos are playing their double points, and the last thing they wanted to be doing is battling with someone who's clearly as quick as this man, Alexander Dark, as Cortez. Oh, Larkin is on the grass, and Cortez is somewhere that, wow, them two have had an absolute Western Supermare, and that is great news for Jess, as she will squirm the way up back to them after that pit stop. Hard to follow in the wet, never the easiest, unfortunately. And Wouter, there's a lot of big names up there that I'd expect to be seen in different positions, and with the greatest of respect to Cam, he is one. He's doing bloody well to be beating some of the guys that he is, so hopefully he can hold it together.
Looking good for Cam right now. Hopefully kind of clocks on what Jess and Philippe have done in pitting early on to make sure that you can use both sets of tyres.
So apparently there is an option for 3 sets of wet tyres. So my idea was a terrible idea, and it's probably going to be a case of everyone doing 11, 11, 11, or trying to do a sneaky little undercut and getting it to 10 or 9. That will be the interesting part of this race. I think, where do people do the first pit stop?
Got Router on the back of IRT Rex here for P7. Router, I think, is starting to get a little bit accustomed to these conditions. Starting to get good traction out of these corners, and I think he's going to be putting the IRT driver under some severe pressure pretty soon. Yeah,
it's interesting. You would anticipate him to be higher up. I think he's a pretty decent wet driver as well. Matt is doing incredibly well out there, by the way. I mean, he's only losing a couple of tenths a lap to someone as distinguished as Montana in the wet. which is not no mean feat. And as I say that, he sets the fastest lap of 30.8. As Jess Gamer's left the session, I am going to just quickly try and pop her. Can I? I don't think I can, unfortunately, because I've not got her easily to hand, I don't think. Let me see if I can. Apologies, I'm just going to Jess Gamer. It's not going to be too easy, I don't think.
We got Alexander Croft down the inside of, obviously a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there, and they're side by side now coming through. Sweeping right hand. Alexander, they just keeping hold of the car, but gets a switchback, and is he going to be able to get the traction climbing up the hill? Now dipping back down as they climb back up once again, coming up towards turn 10.
What a move. That was incredible. Just round the outside. Sorry for the slight interlude. But wanted to make sure everyone, especially if they've stayed up, I know for a fact Jess has stayed up all night, so yeah, she'll be quite keen on not just sitting this one out. But yeah, there seems to be a couple of, if you look here, if you look at the mini map, it's all quite spaced, almost like a formation lap-esque. As Wouter does pit early, which is interesting, but then there's this little train in the middle that Cam is ahead of, with Rex just kind of screwing away a bit, and then a few stragglers behind. And it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Craft is unbelievably quick, we've seen from races through the night, and you can't imagine. In some ways, you would think Cam might be wise to not fighting too hard, but then you know what, when do you get the opportunity to fight hard against someone like this? You might as well have a go, and he has, but unfortunately for him, I think that is that, and Alexander Craft makes fairly light work of it, but Cam tried his hardest.
Yeah, Cam, I think, has had the benefit that he's been sleeping all night, so he hasn't actually been able to see how quick some of these regulars have been over the night, so
yes,
probably having a good go, thinking that it's all good. As Jess is back in the lobby, and it is fantastic to see.
Good stuff. But yeah, Shazoo, Ron, and these Aston Martins have been around each other a lot. Really quite funny. They're completely different teams, obviously, but Felipe is out. He's lost the car right on board. I don't know where he's lost the. He's just retired. He's just retired on track. I think he's said he had a dry setup, so he's ended up, just binning it off. Oh, he's saying he's had a crazy glitch. Okay. But yeah, these two Astons are following each other around a bit like a, don't know, they're obsessed with each other through the night. I've noticed that quite a lot, but a few early pitters. Let's get some information on here, actually. I've not got any info on here. But Wouter and Jess are the ones still in this race that have pit. So will be interesting to see if they can, especially Wouter, how he's going to come through this field. Because you imagine he will. Yeah, but hopefully we can get a standings update fairly shortly, because that would be very interesting to see with going into the last few races. You have to imagine that NSX, after having a very disappointing start to this event, must be up there. And obviously Menno, racing for Hamburger, I should say, have been the constant leaders through the event, doing pretty well in fourth as well.
Yeah, obviously we had the QVRs leading at one point during the night, but I know that the gap definitely would have been closed once again, especially with what happened with Parker in Imola, because he had a horrible race in Imola.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if much will change. I mean, Timo is now in for the pits as well. Yeah, it's interesting. I think a few are going to try this undercut idea, including Wouter, where Wouter goes obviously very clean through on Timo, but he was a long way ahead anyway, so it will be intriguing to see how this all kind of pans out. But Alexander Kraft is already showing some phenomenal pace. I don't think he will be far off the podium places. If I'm official Menno, I'm starting to get a little bit worried. Probably not yet because they can't see him on their mini MFD on their screen. But the moment he gets up to 6th, I think they'll look behind and think, oh dear, I know that guy.
Yeah. Looks like Ron just losing touch with CRL Stroll here. I mean, you mentioned the Astons getting very close to each other and been following each other all day and all night, but they have begun to kind of space out a little bit now.
Oh, Nolan sent me something. He had a visual glitch where his whole screen was basically white. It's actually quite bizarre. That is a hell of a issue. That is not fun. He's just put it on the main Discord if anyone wants to have a look. It's quite funny. It's, yeah, wouldn't want to be staying up all night and then doing that, unfortunately. But as Speed Gareth enters the pits, so another undercutter. But it's interesting, Montana, Matt and Fish are not getting involved in this, and I suspect one of the reasons for that would be they would come out in the traffic. So the front, especially Montana, he'd probably end up coming out around where, I think this is a fairly long pit lane, this one, so he would come out ahead of Larkin but behind Dark, but then be in that mini train, so probably not the worst idea to avoid it. And for these guys, going long is probably the best option, particularly if you're winning the race.
Yeah, obviously for Montana sticking out, especially when you got pace like this, definitely the strategy for Montana. He's already 3.4 seconds ahead of Matt, and Matt has been doing fantastic so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think as we get another, the Aston Martins are going to have an emotional breakup for a few laps. They will probably come back together at some point, but yeah, it's hard to know really where tons of action is going to come from here, because everyone does seem quite spaced. There is a little trio of Cam, Absy and Dark all kind of get together, and Rex actually
are going to have an emotional breakup for a few laps. They'll probably come back together.
Cortez and Larkin are probably the two that
are closest. It's hard to know.
But yeah, they're in a bit of a, they're in a little private war, kind of separated by everyone, as Cortez is getting onto the back of Larkin, and it looks like a little bit of, oh, a big snap there from Cortez. I don't know how much of that was made up and how much of that was real, but it looked pretty nasty, and he did it again. It seems like he's on the ragged edge. Seems really like he's on the ragged edge.
See, on board it looks probably a lot more dramatic than what it actually is for Cortez, but if there's anything like that, then he has absolutely saved that car numerous times in just a few movements.
So Shazoo Ron is in. How will he compare to the likes of potentially Stroll and Wouter? Wouter's obviously a very interesting one because he has really come onto the back of CRL Stroll. So, they're well clear. I think they're going to be well clear. Oh, none. Oh, wow. Oh, Wouter. That was It was just, oh my gosh, that's so messy from both. So messy from both. If this doesn't end badly, I'll be absolutely amazed. Ooh. It almost looked like... It looked like they're trying to clear each other out, but you have to wonder how much of this is actually going on and how much of it is lag from, or just some weird desync kind of vibe from our end. But yeah, slightly sketchy, slightly sketchy.
Yeah, but one thing that is not sketchy at the moment is Abzi all over the back of Cam. We'll look for try for a switch back, but not going to work there. If he can get a good run now out of this final corner, he should have a very good chance into turn 1.
Yep, absolutely. And this is a very, very, very long drag compared to the rest of the track. It's still not that long, but ooh, interesting. Have they left Cam out to dry? Pardon the pun, in this very soggy race. But Cam needs to push. He will have... See, the tyre warm-up is not so bad on these wets. So he will have to push. And the undercut is probably as powerful as it used to be on the old games in the wet, I would imagine, more so than the problems you have warming up the tyre on lap 1 in 2022. So, yeah, Shazoo run all over the back of Wouter, but can't quite get it done. But Wouter is catching Stroll, so it was a good plan, I think, from him to pit early. But it will be interesting to see how his tyres hold up compared to those around him.
Yeah. As you mentioned, a couple of lap older players, but I know he definitely has a bit of pace about him and seems a bit more comfortable in these conditions at the moment. As Matt is in.
So I think Montana is... I think his strategy is almost pit last. Because that way he can make sure he's in that clear air again. It wouldn't surprise me if that is what his plan is. But Matt does pit, and Matt will come out in a ton of clear air, you feel. Because Cortez comes in. And it's going to be it's going to be Menno who's going to be closest. And that Montana will be looking at that mini map. And I'll be very surprised if he doesn't pit this lap, because he'll see that he will come out in an absolute bomb of clear air. There's not going to be any issue there. So, yep, Hamburger Menno is doing pretty damn well, as Cam does come out, and he does get jumped by pretty much that whole crowd. And yeah, that undercut cost him a bit. So he'll need to keep his cool, keep his head, and keep his foot down, because he's got some places. In his mind, he will have places to make up, rather than feeling like he's above where he should be, but you know what I mean. Ooh.
Yep, I've lagged out again.
So you should be fairly easy to invite, provided you stay in the party. There we go. So, not ideal. It's this crossplay here. Business is all a bit funky, isn't it? But Fish comes in. Montana does indeed come in, and he is going to... I tell you what, he's still going to be comfortable to Matt, but it's not the easiest, as Fish will come out a little bit further behind, as Alexander Kraft does set the fastest lap, and he is all over the back of Wouter. He takes the inside line. Wouter doesn't budge, and Wouter manages to hold on to it, which is fair play from him. I didn't see that coming when that was going on. As we've lost Ivor, we've lost Mr. Mike. Let me send him one more invite, and then we'll get back to the action. Apologies for this, as we will just stay just ever so quickly, actually, because this is getting really tasty between Alexander Kraft and Boughton. You've got to take what you can get in the wet, because you don't normally see as much action as this. And he is all over the back of him. He's hounding Wouter. He's going to look. You almost feel like he's going to try and size something up into this corner here. And he does indeed. And he goes down the inside. And he gets the move done. And I had a feeling that might be where he'd ever go, because that corner seems to just go on forever and ever, and you can take multiple lines through it. And you would think he will now go and chase down CRL Stroll.
I had a
So,
feeling that was going to happen.
yeah, so did I. It was one of them. But hopefully the gremlins are gone now. But yes, it's the gaps are quite pronounced now out there. As the only thing you've really missed is Mr. Kraft getting past Wouter, and that really. It's getting a little. Looks like there could be something tasty going on here between ERT Larkin and RDR Cam Rules. So it's going to be a very, 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 very interesting run through the first few corners here, because Cam goes a little bit wide, gets away with it. Larkin just following him round, and you do like Larkin in the wet, but it seems like he's taken a while to warm up. I suspect he has not done much in the way of practice. So it doesn't surprise me that he's starting to warm into this race. But I tell you what, that Timo train is something else. Reminds me of the old Trudy trains.
I'm pretty sure we renamed them the Evergreen Right trains these days.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few people that love a good train, and you're definitely one of them. And as Cam is actually heading up a little mini train there with Larkin and Cortez, who seem to be joined at the hip this whole race. But Alexander Kraft is starting to make inroads into Stroll. I don't think that will be long before that's done.
This is going to be interesting now, because obviously we got Cam, who's put quite a bit of time into this track to get prepared for it, versus the experience of Larkin and Cortez, and how will that shine through for these two drivers, because they definitely have the more experience, and Larkin is now closing in. Now look down the inside into turn one. I'm just about holds it.
Good move. Good. Ooh. It's getting tasty. It's getting tight. Well, that's an interesting double overtake from Cortez. Cortez may get asked to give that back, because the game might be a bit funny. But ooh, it's so hard. The funny thing is, I know that when you get run out wide like that, like what happened with Cam and Larkin, Cam will go, he's run me out wide. But the problem is, these cars are such a pig in the wet that the understeer is perennial, and Cam's going to be annoyed by that. But it's so hard, because what happened to Cam happened to Larkin from the back of Cortez. So this whole trio has just swapped from back to front, and Larkin is still sandwiched in the middle of it.
And Larkin won't be happy about being sandwiched in the middle of it. Still, he would want to push on and get on after Cortez, but seems like he's struggling a bit to stay with the PBR driver.
Now that Cortez is ahead, potentially, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out, because it seemed like Larkin had him quite comfortably behind him. But now, so we have some movement. Alexander Kraft for a second went past Stroll. Clearly a lunge that didn't quite work. As now he's going to still be following. Wonder if he's going to make a move the same place as he did before. Ooh, that was tight. It's going to be this corner, so it's the corner after this little kink. He had a look before. I don't think he's going to be close enough this time, though. No, he's not. But keep an eye out for that corner. He seems to like that one.
Another
About
interesting
to.
battle that could be brewing soon. Fisher's close up somewhat the mat for P2.
He has. He has. Cortez. I think you're right. Cortez has seemingly got the pace. He's got the pace advantage on Larkin, and he's just starting to ebb away a little bit. So, good morning to those of you joining us from asleep, as you get to see a wet, dingy race here in the Argave as Alexander Kraft does go up the inside. Yeah, that's an absolutely fine move. And if that was a real car, I don't think CRL Stroll would turn into, with his nearly 2 tons of metal, into a car that was already there. I feel like that's a really bad habit that people have when they, they can't get a spring in their skull and die.
Oh, that's Ronoff in the gravel.
That is. Ooh, and he looks like he's really struggling to know what to. Oh, he's
at the
quit.
session.
Well, yeah. Just that's wet. That's wetter than the conditions out there. So, and his team will not be thanking him, as we have a safety car which should have been turned off. Yeah. So we have a safety car.
I've seen the safety car that has been out before, but it's been ghosted for everyone. So I wonder. No, it looks pretty solid from the back of the X's car there.
Whoever said Ron's internet died, is Ron's internet died when he ran off the road? I ain't too sure about that one.
Sounds a bit too convenient for my liking.
Yeah. This happens every year. It does happen every year. There's always one rogue safety car. So, well, it is what it is. You might as well get your second stop out of the way. There's a few people, I imagine everyone is going to just do that, and I don't really blame them. It is what it is. We're going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to cope with it. It is...
Oh no, Cam stayed out. I do not condone this behaviour from Cam.
I mean, that's interesting. I'm not sure that's the play, but
Nope.
I mean, it's almost certainly not the play, to be honest. But yeah, no,
as team captain, I do not condone this behaviour.
This is a shocker. I'm not going to lie. Same with. Well, and the only other person is the guy that managed to accidentally, completely innocently disconnect after he'd just gone hurtling into a gravel trap. So, yeah,
Tell you what, it might not affect Cam too much because he's quite some way back from the safety car. He might still be able to dive into the pits and not lose a huge amount of time yet.
Oh, I don't know. He's catching it now. I mean, if he does it, I mean, you just got to pit. You've got to pit. Even if you come out behind Speed Gareth, you just there's no value in staying out. There might be another SC though, I suppose. There is that argument because it's clearly on, but
yep, here we go. He's in.
Yeah, it's quite a long pit lane, so I do think he's going to struggle. Why is there... One of the cars could be doing him a massive favour, though. It looks like ERT Timo is going quite slowly, for whatever reason. And I'll tell you what, Cam may... He may get out ahead of one or two of these chaps.
He's out now, and he's ahead of Absi.
Yeah.
It's a strategic masterclass on Cam. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, it's He's done alright. He's done alright out of it, to be fair. And in fact, he's jumped Larkin and Quartet. I don't know how that's worked. I think maybe there's some people going unnecessarily slow or something, but that's actually worked a treat for him. So, fair play.
I take back what I said. I do condone this action from Cam. As team captain, I was mistaken. I was wrong, and I publicly apologise.
Well, this is not particularly ideal, and Montana will be absolutely raging.
Yeah, for Montana, like this, chucks him straight back into the firing line, and of course, see with the double points from that, he's got going. He was on for a comfortable win with double points. I would have put NSX right up there in the championship fight.
Yeah, 100%. He will be furious because he had this race on absolute strings. If that never happened, then that would have, yeah, there's, well, I don't even know how to send Ron an invite because I'm not friends with them. I could find them on here. Couldn't you? Okay, just to ping Shazoo Ron an invite or an invitation.
I don't have him as a friend.
If you just search them on the PlayStation, you should be. Have you got PS4 or 5?
4.
4. Alright, I'll do it because there's nothing happening anyway. I should be able to do it because you can. Oh dear. Yeah. I can't find it. I can't find this chap, so I just had a quick look. There's nothing I can really massively do. And to be fair, some would argue it might be a little bit fair because that seemed to be the issue that caused the safety car in the first place. I did try. Whether I should have or not is another question. But we are going to get.
For me, it was a black screen, and I had no friends to invite whatsoever.
Well, this is going to be interesting. When do you go here? This is a nasty, nasty traction point where it's going to be fairly obvious where Montana goes. And the start line. Ooh, he's done well there. And I tell you what, Matt is under a hell of a lot of pressure from Fish. And Fish is going to be using here. He's using all the way up the straight. Great camera angle here as he goes around the outside. This is a brave move. This is brave. Some might call it stupid. Oh, well ducked out. And there's going to be all sorts of chaos you imagine behind.
And Menno going side by side. Yeah, Menno trying to mirror what Fish almost did, but he's actually gone and pulled it off.
Wow. I mean, the one thing ooh, that's so clumsy. A Stroll seemed to get distracted by it. And Cam going sideways there with some contact with Ron, who is not back in the lobby by the looks of it somehow. Although the car is driving like it's a real driver. I'm starting to wonder if that is him back in the lobby.
And yellows again of the it's a virtual.
Yeah, I think that's because of the issue that we've had here with with Ron, I think.
I would have thought it potentially would have been for us. The Gareth, who seems to be 5 seconds off the back of the pack now.
Possibly.
But then again, I've seen this game not give a virtual safety car when someone actually DNFs, never mind go for like a half spin or something. So who knows?
Yeah, this is less than ideal.
Stroll drive through penalty for speeding.
You hate to see it, especially in these kind of conditions. It's just bizarre, really. And there's all sorts going on. Cortez is getting really close to Larkin. He's going to have a look around the outside, and he is probably going to get it done. But, gets bumped a bit wide. He's going to have a very long zone. Goes off the track. I'll be amazed if he's allowed to keep that. And he's not. Or if he was, he chose to give it back. So yeah, but Montana is still out there, and he's pressed home that advantage. And to be honest with you, I'm very neutral as to who I want to win this. I don't really mind who wins the overall event, but I'd have felt really bad for Montana if he didn't win this race, because he had it on strings. It would have taken something outrageous for it to not happen. So I'm kind of rooting for him, because that SC could have potentially unnecessarily shafted him. Wish there was SCs on the races I was doing. That'd be way more fun. It is tough going at this hour, CM. It definitely is, but it happens once a year.
Thank God. Thank God. What's called you was all robotic for me then.
Oh.
Could not hear anything you said. There's Larkin down the inside of the cam.
Good. Solid overtake. Cam hanging on. Needs to think about covering off Cortez, which he does very well. And yeah, that's Larkin through.
Down the inside, outbreaks Cam, and Cortez runs a little bit deep. That might allow Cam to come back at him, but no, Cortez gets the move done up at the P11.
Oh
no.
Yeah, I think it's an issue with. I'm almost certain it's something to do with. Oh no. CRL Stroll is actually off. So maybe that's why. But I find it strange that it's being so sensitive. I think this might even be on standard, because on reduced, I don't. Do you know? I actually do think this isn't a glitch. It was me who messed up the SC last year. This is why I'm not having it. Oh yeah, Cortez gets a drive through. It was me. You are quite right, Nolan. It was indeed me. It's why I'm not being harsh on the person that did it this year, because I know people gave me loads of abuse last year. And it's an accident. These things happen. And end of the day, this is a different race. It's a bit spicy. Why not make it even more spicy? And throw in some random cautions every now and again.
And I just checked, and your thinking is correct. It is on standard, as Cortez has a little peek on the inside of Larkin. I just had a look at the lobby settings then.
In that case, Nathan, I'm not too sure. I don't even know. I have no idea what's going on. Hopefully, if it is a glitch, at least it's only a VSC, and we're still getting some proper running, and it's not completely impacting what's going on. But yes, not particularly ideal. One thing we have missed is Alexander Kraft is up to third now. He is doing exceptionally well. If he gets past Matt, he might be able to put some pressure on Montana. You have to keep a close eye on that one.
Yeah, Alexander Kraft has been carving his way through the field and made his way up to Matt now, and think he might be just a bit too far off the back of him to go for turn 1, but if he gets close enough, he could have a little look into turn 5 at the hairpin.
Yeah. I tell you what, Cole's just put in the chat, trust you two to be involved in this. This was nothing to do with us. We didn't do this. We're just innocent bystanders here on a 20 to 9 on a Sunday morning. We in the words of Shaggy, it wasn't me, but we are closely approaching the end of the road for this one. I will be back for Spain with James Head, and then in the words of in Game of Thrones, then my watch is over, and I will just be in the background helping J. Cole, doing bits and pieces, as long as all of my team turn up to race, which I'm sure they will, because it's starting to get light. Right, is it going to happen again? Doesn't it? I feel like it happens around when they go into sector 3. I think we might be safe. I feel like we might be safe. We can go racing again if that is the case, and that would be lovely. Simply lovely.
Speed Garth manages to get, well, he's battling right now with Jess side by side up the hill, and Speed Garth is going to hang it around the outside of Jess, and Jess is keeping it in there, fair play to her.
Come on, Jess.
Mark obviously cheering on Jess to potentially get back ahead of Garth, and with a good run she possibly could.
Cortez pits.
Yeah, they're dry food, didn't he?
Oh, of course, yes. Oh, that's awful luck for him.
Jess has actually done it, back down the inside. Oh, just gets onto the inside curb.
Ah, unlucky. But good result. One of our better results, 14th, sadly. But that is the case as Matt and Alex are going at it. They're going absolutely at it, and this is going to be, Montana's going to be loving this, because pretty much no matter what happens in this battle now, they're costing each other time, and that will be that. And again, it's that corner. But this time, he's racing against someone that knows what they're doing. And Matt has said, no, I've seen you do that before, not today. And he keeps the place, and it is now turning into a massive train behind. And Matt, really, he's got a fight in his hands if he wants a podium.
Absolutely, and obviously Fish and Menno in behind, they're just waiting for an opportunity to potentially pick up a bit of scrap share. And after not close enough into turn 1 and gets a little bit onto the curve, so he uses a bit of time to mark there as they go into turn 4 now up the hill, and Mark gets a little bit of a snap, but he should have enough of a gap to defend from Alex here into turn 5. Will he try it in turn 8 again?
It seems to be his go-to place. It does seem to be the go-to place. And they are... Montana seems to have maybe made a slight mistake, because they seemingly have caught back up a little bit. Can he get the traction? He's lost a bit of time over the brow of the hill. He does put down the power a bit. It's not going to be here. But it's an interesting one to keep an eye on for the next couple of laps. And they just seem to be pulling away a little bit from Fish and Menno now. So let me just have a little look at and check the stops. Everyone's done 2 except Ron, who will need to stop again.
I think he's back in the lobby now though.
He is, yes. So he hopefully he hears that loud and clear. And just as a reminder, his AI unfortunately did not stop him twice. So if he wants to score some points, he's going to need to. He's going to need to, unfortunately. But Larkin looking onto the back of Abzi. Maybe, just maybe, he can salvage something a little bit from this. as Menno now really is all over the back of Fish, and it seems like that.
Inside. The 2-1.
Yeah, and he's been sent to Narnia. He's been sent to Narnia. He's gone all around the houses, and he's back on in 12th place. An extra point there for you guys as Cam goes through on him. I don't know. When I say he was sent to Narnia, I don't mean it was necessarily the other chap's fault. I'm not passing judgment on that. It's just he ended up very far into the gravel. And Alexander Kraft, he did. He was closer to where we're going next, actually, which is Catalonia. It was basically in Catalonia. But yeah, Alexander doing pretty well. He just can't quite have enough of a pace advantage to get around Matt, which is no shame because Matt is a fast individual, and in the wet you do have to be quite significantly faster than your opponent to get round them.
Again, Alexander just a bit too far back off Matt, and Menno I think just a little bit too far off. Then she could do it in the turn 3 perhaps. I think he got a good run, but oh, actually, Alexander, I saw a bit of ghosting going on there between Matt and Alexander.
Yeah, it's getting very, very tense out there. They have given a bit of a gap because Hamburger Menno has gone up the inside, but then gets switched back, unfortunately, and there's been yellows over there, and that is unfortunately for Cortez, whose race is starting to unravel thanks to that drive through. Yeah, not particularly speak, Gareth, as Stroll gets past Jess, who now slips back down to 15th, but hopefully she can keep that spot. But Cortez is looming large and will be closing in over these last few laps. But Valter and Menno really all over the back of Fish here. He's got to be thinking this needs to be now or it needs to be never. But Fish has got quite a lot of hers to use, and there is a yellow, and that is Matt. No. Oh, that is awful luck. Awful luck. And that could be pivotal. And Shazoo Ron has left the session. He is gone like a scone. And that will be that. I don't think he'll be invited back. And we have a spinner, which is Cortez.
That potentially is allowed just a bit more breathing space, and I don't think Cortez will be able to close up 20 seconds.
No. Oh, poor Matt. A nailed on podium. But now it makes the battle here between Valter, Menno and Fish for a podium spot. Good luck to Ab. Good luck to Absy. Doing fine at the moment, but he has got Ecos Dark, who, yeah, they might be regretting using this as their double points race. Really might well be. Obviously, it's been a perfect wildcard play from the guys at NSX who've done it. So fair play to them. But yeah, this isn't looking good for the Ecos guys. They're not going to score bad points, but they could have definitely utilised this. This won't be their best finish. They've had some pretty good finishes. As now Hamburger onto the back of Fish. Can't get it done. Cannot get it done. And the gap between Kraft and Montana is just normalising. It's steadying. It's 2.8. It's 2.9. It's kind of ebbing and flowing around those two particular numbers. And you can't imagine, unless there's a big mistake out of one of them.
Oh, Menno's done on the inside. He sent it from an absolute age back, but Fish with a lovely switchback.
He's done that again. It's the second time he's done it, but Menno got on the the power there. Give each other space, which they do incredibly. This is great battling. This is really respectful racing between the two. They'll be enjoying this, and I tell you what, Wouter might even be enjoying this even more than them, because Wouter gets to size up something here once they're battling. He is. He's gonna get a really good run. Whether it's going to be enough. Wow, that is absolutely stunning, and that was played to perfection. And regardless what happens, as we have a spinner, I think that's Timo. Regardless what happens here, Wouter, take a bow. That was incredible work. He should have a pretty decent run. He gets a bit of a slide on, so he does lose it, but I mean, fair play. That is absolutely phenomenal work. Wouter does seem to have a straight line advantage, and he's going to make the most of it. He sweeps around the outside. He's got absolutely nowhere to go there. All's fair in love and war. He kind of ran out wide, yes, and he's getting swept out again by Menno. And I think he's going to return the favour. He doesn't. Oh, he nearly loses the car, though. Oh, jeez, this is going to get messy. And Wouter, unfortunately, Menno and Fish have said return to sender. Send Wouter back into fifth. It's getting a bit messy. It's getting a bit... I would imagine it's getting a bit temperamental out there. But to be fair, they're giving it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. They're giving each other as much room as each other. And Wouter, at the end of that, will feel disappointed because for a moment he was on the podium step, but now he's sat in 4th place, but still a phenomenal effort for him to come back as well. 7 places he's gone up through the grid. Kraft is catching Montana, but Montana's managing that gap. And that race is done.
And we got Dark, who's all over the back of Absy right here for P8, and we got Timo, who's right there for the ERT driver. The battle for 8 did start to heat up as well between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, the chat was a big fan of that. Daniel, hope you're doing well, my friend. Remember him racing in LOE, good lad. Alp obviously as well, and Nolan Wouter is him. This is so close. This is the last chance really for Wouter. It was definitely the overtake of the event from what I've seen anyway. It was just so perfectly executed and set up. He does get pushed out wide, but you know what? They've both been doing that to each other the last couple of laps. In the words of Rio Ferdinand, let's just enjoy it. Nothing too wrong's going on. And I tell you what, one time they're on the inside, one time they're on the outside. So it's kind of all fair in love and war from what I can see so far, unless someone shows me something drastically different. And that was a lunge and a half. And this is where it might start to be getting a bit too spicy. Wouter doesn't give him tons of space. But it was a bit of a lunge, but you are allowed to. Of course, it's a lunge. It's what it's designed to be. Is now Montana is coming round, but we've got to stay on board really to a degree. We can flick back, but I don't think anything's going to happen because Montana's going to cross the line. A perfect utilisation of double points. He needs a rest. He can't keep doing every race like he's been doing, but he's done everything he can. And he sets the fastest lap on the last lap as well, as Alexander Kraft comes home in second. Menno in a 3rd place. Wouter in 4th. Fish in 5th. Matt in 6th. He will be kicking himself. And slightly less money to be donated from Alp. Based on that, which is obviously a shame. But Rex in 7th. Absy 8th in the end. Good result from him. Dark. Timo. Cam holds off Larkin at the very end there. Speed, Stroll, and then Jess Games is going to come round in 15th place. And Cortez is actually having a bit of a... He's got a little bit of a sweat to keep Shazoo Ron behind, who's not there, so actually he can do whatever he wants. Shazoo Ron will not be obviously classified.
Yeah, but full pride, you don't want to lose to him again.
Oh gosh, no. You know, I was sweating it at Austria. I was absolutely sweating it versus the Haas over there. I forget who it was. It was Paredes or Paladin or Paradin. I forget the guy's name. But yeah, I was absolutely going, pedal to the metal. It's not easy for me to beat 8 sadly. That was a madness from Walter. You are right, J. Cole. That was fun, pure behaviour from all. Good man, Alp. Good man. So he's going to drop a few quid there in the donation, which is what it's all about. Yeah, that was a bit mad. A bit mad.
Absolutely dominating performance from Montana today.
It was. So that will be a fantastic win from him, and he will be very happy with that one. And we're going to get... Oh, we've got the information now after round 17. So that was, not including the race we've just had, Visceral Esports on 289, Team Hamburger 284, Relentless 275, NSX 254, but they've just had that double points result, so that brings them right back into it. QVR in 5th. They will be smarting from that result from Matt. I believe Matt would have been their driver. He would have been. Matt, that could be costly in the end. SF1L in 6th, NLR in 7th. And then it's really compacted all the way down. You guys are beating QRT, and that result will definitely help you in your stead as well. That's a cracking result for you guys. But yeah, lots of stuff to come. Unfortunately, we're languishing a bit, but that's fine. We're doing okay. We're going to get there. We'll come in the top 20 anyway, which is what's important. Right, I'm back on. I am back on with James fairly shortly. So I will shortly leave you. But Ed, have you got any more comms left, or is that you done for the day?
That is me done for the day.
Well, thank you very much from all of us for stepping up, particularly for that one, because I know you weren't scheduled for that one. Go get some rest, and I appreciate every year you're a big part of this one, so big part of this event, and we appreciate you dedicating another day in your year, because that's what it is. It is, well, it's basically 2 days, isn't it? Let's be real. So no, it's appreciated.
No worries. I'll catch you in a bit stream.
Alright, cool. So, shortly we will be looping back in to Jacob for a short interlude. But yes, we will. It's looking tight at the top. I tell you what, this is going to go right to the wire. Right to the wire is my prediction. Let's have a little look at the lobbies. Race 19. Visceral Esports have their double race. And I tell you what, that could be rather interesting. And I'm on for Abu Dhabi too, which I didn't realise. So if you could take me off, Jacob, because I just will need 5 minutes to go wash my face, frankly, and wake myself up. But you'll be back with me shortly, and with James very shortly. I believe. Told you I'd be back. For one last time. Thankfully, I've got someone who's had some sleep, who's hosting this. Mr. James Head, who should be with us any second. And he will run us through the Circuit of Catalunya, which thankfully, allegedly, is getting rid of this last little horrible shit. Very interesting when it's in this format. But I can tell you it's Daniel from Vaporizer, from Kart Racer, from the Real Butter Brod, from Ralph Felipe, who finds himself in some rarefied air, Little Blocks, and we've got QBR Chill, who is making an appearance here, who's doing pretty damn well. There's a lot of middling laps here. Vaporizer takes the lead for the first time through this lap. Hamburger Daniel is not doing too well. And Vaporizer is going to take pole and Daniel just beats out Kart Racer. And Rel Mark up in 4th place. Cracking lap for the much maligned man from Relentless, who gets a lot of grief from Relentless, oddly. But there we are. It's a slightly. Well, I will do my damnedest to take us through. Oh, James can't hear me. Why is that? It's a very strange situation because we can't hear James on stream either, is my understanding. Can he do it? He cannot. He gets absolutely outrun by Daniel. He bogs down. Kart Racer's all over the back of him too. He's going to stay on the outside, but he's going to get pressure from the inside from Kart Racer. Kart Racer can't quite get it done. And I can just hear some interference here, so I'm hoping James is there. I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the battery or the actual physical headset. Oh, there we go. He's in the room.
Yeah, my battery has died on my old, on my new headset. There's been a huge collision in the background. I think that's Jess that's been caught up in that. But Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer in second. Kart Racer in third. Yeah, I should have really charged my headset before actually trying to do these streams. But luckily, an old headset always works a treat. Daniel are leading the way. Vaporizer second. Kart Racer there in third. At the end of the first lap, as I think Chill and Kareyev just had a collision as well, coming through turn 8.
Yeah, some really interesting placements in that qualifying session. Rel Mark up in really rarefied air, as well as Rel Felipe. And there is some chaos at the back. Jess has been caught out, as you said, and she's got no wing. She's going to have to limp back to the pits and have to reassess and probably have to do a hard medium stint, unfortunately.
She is indeed, yeah. D. Daniel leads the way at the end of lap 1, or Duda Daniel leads the way at the end of lap 1. Vaporizer there in second, Kart Racer there in third. Real Butterbroad there is on the back of Oriel Mark, the other Mark that is in the lobby here tonight, as Real Butterbroad down in towards turn 1. Bit of a lag spike there in towards turn 1, tries to go all the way around the outside, doesn't get the job done. Larkin, however, making moves further down the field, of course part of the ERT team now, formerly of course of LOE, and Larkin there through, he's into 11th, passing McConey there for the CRL team. He's there in 11th. McConey there in 12th. Hopefully you can all hear me now, by the way. I think everything is now fine on my end, certainly. Goodness me, what a stress. Don't want to be dealing with that at 9 o'clock in the morning. But D. Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer second, Kart Racer in third towards the end of the second lap.
Absolutely. We've got some updated standings. This battle for the lead is the battle potentially for the lead as well. After 18 rounds, Visceral Esports are ahead for the first time, I think, this evening by 7 points. Hamburger, though, are level with NSX, so this is for all the marbles potentially out front.
They are indeed. Top 5 are actually covered by 25 points. So there's a race wins advantage potentially for the teams that are in the top 5 of the standings. Visceral, as I say, Visceral was miles behind when I went to sleep. Goodness me. It was, I think it was Smokey who tried to deliver a really good performance in China, and he got absolutely sent. Will Lewis kept disconnecting that race as well. Little Blocks, by the way, is on the back of Felipe. Hopefully Felipe doesn't want to put up a stoic defence like he did in Austria, which I was watching a couple of rounds ago. As Little Blocks now to the inside line, Felipe on the outside line, in towards turn number 1, the Ferrari and the Williams side by side through turn 1, side by side through turn number 2. They've got to give each other room. Nicholas is right in the fold as well, as Felipe tries to cut through the inside of turn number 3, now on the inside line for turn number 4, and he cuts across him. Little Blocks there in towards turn number 4 on the Ferrari on the inside. He is through, and he is into P6. Little Blocks through, Felipe there in 7th, and Nicholas there good in the box eye seat there in 8th. I think Jolly for ESW was spun coming through turn 3.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, it's double points day for Visceral, and they've got Tudi, who has had a shocker in quali. He's in 14th. He's going to have to rescue as many points as possible, but they are looking like they are going to lose the lead that they've seemingly kind of crept up and got from nowhere, because I'm with you. I didn't realise they were still in it, and there's been some contact. TL44S is round.
Yeah, Tails is round 2. He's going for the move as well on Rex. They're going side by side into the left-hander of turn number 9, the reprofiled left-hander of turn number 10 even, and he's forced out wide there on the inside line though for 11, getting rid of that bump of course, now through turn number 12 at Bank Sabadell, and he gets the job done. So 2D3 and he's into 12. DD Daniel though, set to fastest lap the race, 1:19.8, and he's out in front by 1.4 seconds over Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer there in third. Nicholas on the back now, Felipe absolutely storming down the straight, might even look for a lunge in towards turn 1. Felipe looks for a lunge on Nickel Blocks as well. Not going to get that one off from that far back as D. Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer in third. You'll be delighted to know, by the way, everyone on the stream, I'm here for the final 4 rounds, which is not on my remit whatsoever. I was only planning to do the final 2. Luke, however, has pulled out because of illness, and of course, with the stream on my end still going, that means J. Cole, who was going to come in for next round, I am going to be alongside Jess for the next round in, I think it's Abu Dhabi, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly, or it could be me. I'm not entirely sure.
I think you've been told to rest up, though.
Yeah, oh, yes, I have, yeah. Oh, and Joe, yeah, I'm so tired. But yeah, Jax had a little moment there, unfortunately, was also around. There's been a lot of moments here. This is a tough track and a nasty time. It's going to be, for those fresh-faced people getting up, they're going to be a bit rusty. And for the lunatics like me that have been up all night, they're going to be very, very tired. So a bit of a mixed bag here, but the top 3 kind of giving themselves their own kind of little kind of class of their own field, really, as it stands.
Yeah, definitely. So Nicholas now on the back of Felipe. There's a yellow flag in sector 3. I think Rex is round, but Nicholas now with that pure straight line speed gives Felipe a little bit of a love tap on the side, and now Felipe is actually coming back at him in towards turn number 1, the Ferrari down the inside line though. Bit of contact, bit of hand of rage there from the Ferrari, and he just about gets the job done. Felipe has to go across the sleeping policeman now on the inside of turn number 3, but Felipe there down into 8. Nicholas there through into 7. All is fair in love and war. That was just a little bit too aggressive though.
Yeah, and fair play to Felipe, because whenever I've gone over those in TT, I end up sideways.
Oh, he's re-rendered them.
And Nicholas ends up sideways. As I say, ends up sideways. And I think, yeah, it's another one of those incidents, unfortunately. Felipe was trying to get me to battle him in Austria, and I politely declined in pit and got out of the way to finish my race.
I don't blame you, to be honest. I really don't blame you. He's just escaped the scene as if nothing has happened there at all. So Felipe there in 7th. Of course, stewards, if Nicholas does want to report that, will be, I am sure, getting a bit of a slap wrist, maybe even a penalty for his team there as well. It's Felipe there in 7th. Bit of a moment there, I think, for Ariel. Markham was stunned. Coming through right-hand return number 14. He resets the track as well. That's immediately going to be a point deduction as well for the Ariel team. Or I think he's in the Ariel team. It might be Felipe that's actually racing. I'm confused. There's 2 Ariel drivers. Mark there in 7th, Larkin there in 8th, and Nicholas there in 9th. But Mark, with that reset to track, is going to be one to watch out for. Certainly is. 2D now goes past his teammate out on track, the Alfa Romeo. 2D through, and he's into 11th for Visceral Esports. Obviously one of the slower drivers within their lineup. They've obviously put him in to try and counteract and try and condense that points advantage at the front. But 2D there up into 11th position. He's making good ground through the field, but he's got a mountain to climb if he wants to try and get to the likes of Nicholas and Larkin.
Absolutely, and I am going to do something slightly unusual. I'm going to quickly update the stewards thread and say Relentless -3 for Rel Mark. Unfortunately, resetting to track because I saw it and so did you, and so therefore we don't need any footage. It's done.
Yeah, I think it was Hamburg the last time, and I thought they were going to come out for me potentially on my stint this morning. But they haven't, and they're in the lead, luckily. D. Daniels keeping things out in front by 1.9 seconds. The gap is extending around 2-3 tenths per lap. He's doing a good job at this stage. Vaporizer there at 1.9 seconds in behind. Kart Racer there in 3rd. Real Butterbrod there in 4th as well. Little Blocks in 5th. Felipe now in 6th. Mark in 7th. With that -3 points, that is obviously going to be coming his way. 14 Relentless. Larkin there in 8th. Nicholas in 9th. McConey there in 10th. 2D Timo, Chill, Tails and Correa top 15. Then it's Rex, Jolly, Terror Racer and Jess Gamer right down the back of the field. Had absolutely no luck on the first lap at all, and she is down there in P19. Things should be thankful maybe that she's got a commentary stint coming up rather than as a spinner, and it's Felipe round coming through turn number 3.
Lots of mistakes out there. People that have started quite far back, people like Larkin, are benefiting. This is the kind of race he will love. This is the, and I don't want to commentate as cursing, but he normally keeps his nose very clean and just gets through after a horror show for 4S, who find himself in 19th place, beating only one team, which is mine.
Only one team. It's alright, it's alright. Nicholas on the back of Larkin coming out the right-hand return number 9, and now he's going to try and get him into the left-hand return number 10. Of course, this reprofile left-hander tries to dive it down the inside line, and the Ecos man is not going to get the job done from that far back, but he is applying pressure to Larkin. Larkin, I know, was quite strong around this track from the LOE days. He has done some very good performances around here. Nicholas, however, bit of an unknown quantity. I certainly haven't really commentated on them in the past. I might have done in various leagues, but Nicholas now coming to the right-hander of turn number 14, now through the right-hand of turn number 15, is really applying a pressure to the back of Larkin, and Larkin is out of DRS range, so this should be quite easy for Nicholas. And look at that straight line speed, immediately going to be an easy move, and Nicholas is through into 7th without really breaking sweat.
No, absolutely easy move for the Ecos gentlemen, who they've surprised me that over the night. They've got some really talented drivers. I mainly only know them from Tim Matz, who isn't that talented, but he's a lovely lad. But some of these guys are very, very quick, to be fair play to them, and they've definitely impressed overnight.
Yeah, definitely so, because obviously I think formerly COS were on PS, if I'm not mistaken, on the PS platform. Now most of their team have gone to PC and converted to that. They've obviously lost Menno to Hamburger for this event as well. And Nicholas, I think, is doing a really good job. He's on the back of Mark, beginning to apply that bit of pressure. He's got good straight line speed, but what that does, though, is counteract his cornering. And his cornering speed, obviously he loses time through the corners. Like in towards turn 10 here, loses 2-3 tenths per second coming through there. So it's more of a straight line speed dependent setup, and that means Nicholas is not going to be as quick as Mark, certainly in the corners, and already actually the gap is nearly out to second.
I can definitely relate to that. I'm really good at straights. It's the corners that I'm really bad at. Oh, as we have a spinner.
Yes. Jess, I think that is ran, or was it Rex? One of the two. Anyways, here comes Little Blocks on the outside line in towards turn number 1 on the back of Real Butter. Broad out with lobby holes. He gets the job done right around the outside. Beautiful move there by Little Blocks. He is doing his interfold and bringing Bottle Job Racing potentially back into play. Of course, they had the likes of Blizzard last night as well. He, I think, might be racing a little bit later on, but Little Blocks there is into 4th. Real Butter Broad there in 5th. Bottle Job normally up there. I don't think they've got the same team as what they had last season, of course, where we did the event, but Little Blocks doing his into 4th and trying to keep Bottle Job Racing in play.
Absolutely, and to be fair, it's a throwback to ILRT, who I'm pretty sure are racing this first ever event, and seeing that name, Little Blocks, always reminds me of ILRT. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right there.
No, you're correct. I'm nodding away. Yeah, you're correct. Completely. ILRT, I think, a complete distant memory in the league racing community, and that is comes to show how old we are, first and foremost, but that obviously comes to show how old Little Blocks is as well. He's in there in P4, doing a good job, and he's still got Real Butterbroad all over the back of him. The gap for the lead, by the way, now 2.6 seconds. It doesn't seem like Vaporizer has got the straight line speed. Jess, by the way, is getting lapped. She's getting out of the way on the right-hand side in towards turn number 1, but D. Daniel there leads the way by 2.3 seconds. Vaporizer actually had a bit of DRS there, so closed up the gap, as Kart Racer's just made a mistake in behind. Kart Racer, of course, a part of PSGL F2, if I'm not mistaken, this season. Real Butterbroad and Little Blocks, though, however, getting a real good fight coming through turn 2 and 3, and Real Butterbroad is through and he's into 4th position once again. Little Blocks there has to try and counteract on the back. No counteracting in towards turn number 4. We do not want a Rosberg Hamilton incident from 2016. Real Butterbroad in 4th, Little Blocks there in 5th.
I have to apologise to Jess. She's a late replacement for me for this race so that I could do comms, and I took over her Austria shift. So she might be a little bit unprepared, so hopefully she gets around in one piece.
Hopefully she does. Hopefully she does. I think she's pretty much got the cat out of the bag there. I think she's got the graveyard shift potentially within your team. I think here in Spain, she's doing a good job though. Down in 19th, of course, every point scoring position is available, even down to 20th position. Even though we've got 19 teams at the minute, 20 teams though in the event, and I'm not sure which team is actually missing. It might be, I thought it was going to be QVR, but they've got Chillin, I believe, for this race.
Yes, they do, and you know what? He's a former teammate of mine. I've got a lot of time for him, but if I'm in the middle of a title fight against people racing in PSG F2, I don't know if there's Chills the man I'd lob into the battle, and he's kind of proving me correct.
Little Blocks, by the way, is just retaking the move of P4, gets the job done through turn number 1, job done for the Ferrari, and them two are having a real set too, but they're costing each other so much time. Kart Racer is right on the back of Vaporizer, by the way, for second now, as Chill is into the pit lane. Current pit stops, by the way, there hasn't been many in this race whatsoever. Chill has got 9 seconds, no, Chill's in the pit lane. McConey, Jolly, Terra Racer, and Jess Gamer all in the pit stops at this stage. Kart Racer is on the back of Vaporizer coming through the right-hand turn number 9 and into the left-hand turn number 10. And he is going to try and get the job done, I think, sooner rather than later on the back of Vaporizer. Third of the way through here in Spain. D. Daniel leads the way, Vaporizer, and second Kart Racer, and third as Kart Racer applies a lot of pressure to Vaporizer.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be so important for how this final standings kind of play out. All of these races now, they're going to just add a little crank of pressure to drivers like Vaporizer and Daniel. Not to mention someone like Tudi, who's doing a cracking job. We mentioned he had to work his way through the field, and he's doing a decent job.
As Ariel Mark has spun once again, coming through turn number 14, really not liking his corner. I think he's been informed he's got the -3 points deduction, didn't do the reset to track then, and actually he's on the back. Oh, as Felipe brakes test him down the straight. What on earth was that? Felipe, I'm not sure if there was a lag spike there, or if he's just brake tested Mark in towards turn number 1. That is absolutely diabolical if he has brake tested him. There is another yellow flag. I think that's just getting out the way. But Felipe there in P8, Mark in P9. Talk about loyalty to your own team. Obviously, they're both in rival teams today. Felipe in CSL, Mark there in Relentless. What on earth have I just seen?
Lord knows. They're a funny old bunch, that lot. And them two are probably the funniest of a funny old bunch. So, Lord knows what they're doing. As long as they don't impact anyone else's race. Yeah, perhaps Felipe probably should remember that they actually could win this event. So maybe be nicer to your teammate. I'm not fight him. You know, we don't like that soft play business out here, but you know, don't brake test him. You're going a bit far there, I think.
Yeah, don't brake test them indeed. I think that's what we're certainly learning here. Kart Racer on the back of Vaporizer, by the way, in towards turn number 1. Not going to get the job done. There was a spinner further down the field. That's Chill, that is round. QVR were in front pretty much when I certainly left my commentary standings last night. They've dropped well down the field, I think. Looking at the recent standings, there's a big lag spike there coming to the right-hander of turn number 3. But Kart Racer there on the back of Vaporizer, trying to still apply a bit of pressure to him. Clean Vigor, by the way, are fifth coming into this race. 286 points to their name. Still within championship contention, still within event contention as well, as Jess is getting out of the way of more drivers once again. Clean Vigor, though, in 5th. QVR Chill with that spin, certainly not going to be suited by that.
Nope, not at all. And like I say, this is going to be a race for people already that keep their nose clean, and people like 2D, which have done, and Larkin, I think, are going to benefit massively from this. And I'm just going to have a very quick look and see what the position changes are like. And Nicholas is up 10 places as we have another yellow, and that is, I think that
Tails, I
could
think.
have. Yes, it is. Yes, unfortunately for him, I thought it was Mark again, but it's not. But as some of the leaders start to pit, Vaporizer pits, but Daniel stays out.
Yeah, Daniel stays out. Obviously, the decision made there if they're in a party, which I don't think they will be. Vaporizer has came in slightly early, maybe to try and go for the undercut. He was around 3 seconds behind at the time. Kart Racer is onto a fresh set of medium compounder tyres. Vaporizer doing the same. He's on a fresh set of medium compounder tyres as well. Vaporizer, by the way, bit of a fun fact, he's competed, I think, in every single event of the 24 Hours of F1, and he formerly was in one of my leagues back on the F1 2018 days. That is how long I have known some of the NSX boys, and Vaporizer there in 5th now, trying to bring it home once again for Mads, like they did, of course, in Australia, where Montana had won. Montana, of course, just had won, I think, the last round as well, so NSX still within championship contention as well. But D. Daniel leads the way. What, in your shoes, Mark, would you do if you were in D. Daniel's shoes at this stage? Would you come in and pit in right now and then try and capitalise off that undercut, or maybe try and extend that stint a few more laps and then have Vaporizer right on the back?
I think I would probably pit now, purely because there's also some fresh air in front of Vaporizer, and they'll probably see that, and he does indeed. I think if there was no fresh air in front of Vaporizer, I might decide to extend, but...
Yeah, there's plenty of fresh air in front of Daniel. He leads the way. As my voice is already going, goodness me. Still got 3 rounds to go after this. D. Daniel, though, into the pit lane. Set of mediums will go on. He counteracts, of course, that undercut potentially from Vaporizer. He's coming through the final corner. Easily going to be ahead. No shadow of a doubt who's going to be leading this race from now on. D. Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer there in 2nd. Kart Racer in 3rd. And Vaporizer, actually, they're coming up to lap cars. Kart Racer is applying a bit of pressure in towards turn number 1. Doesn't try and get the move done through there. There's a good mid-pack battle, by the way, developing further down the field. Tails, who had that spin, is down in 10th position, still yet to make his first pit stop. Ariel Mark, though, did get the job done. ELT Timo was actually the other Red Bull, comes into the pit lane. ELT Timo, though, doing a good job. ELT team, of course, on the line here in terms of their position, and they are right on the back of the Relentless Man, running down in towards turn number 1, trying to get the job done, but he's not going to be quite close enough.
Yeah, and Tails pits, which I think is quite a prudent decision, because that was going to get wild. And so a clever time to back out. And Little Blocks and the real Butterbrod were going absolutely tooth and nail for a second in Sector 1, but Little Block stays ahead as Tails comes out in a lowly 15th in front of a Terrorizer who's actually... Terror Racer, I should say. Who's maybe he might be a bit of a terrorizer because he's already pit twice, unfortunately. So maybe he's been getting into too many incidents. But he technically doesn't have to pit again, but he'll have to because those mediums will not go the race distance.
Yeah, I've seen mediums last around 30, 31 laps, but that's only if you're really good on these tyres. It's impossible on this game, I think, to last even that amount of laps. So I think, yeah, Terra Racer is certainly going to be in the pits. We don't certainly want to be cancelled, unlike Felipe's comments that he made a little bit earlier on last night's stream, I think it was, alongside J. Cole. We do not want those sorts of comments in Brazil. D. Daniel leads the way, though, 3 seconds. Kart Racer still on the back. NLR have got him in contention for this race win. He's on the back there of Vaporizer. There's another yellow flag, and that was an Aston Martin. That might be McConey, I think, that has gone round. Coming to the right-hander of turn number 15. He was behind Timo at the time, and yeah, he comes in the pit lane. Must have picked up front wing damage, and that is him into the pit stop, potentially, actually, to go for a set of mediums once again to the end of the race. They can last 16 or 17 laps. I wouldn't be surprised if he does actually come in, no front wing change at all. McConey can go on that fresh set of mediums towards the end of the race. In fact, he's actually going on a set of hards.
Yeah, very, very hard track on tyre wear this, so not the least surprising decision. Didn't think we'd see too many hards in this event, but if there's one track you're going to see, it's going to be Spain. Really leans on the tyres.
Yeah, it really does indeed. Kart Racer on the back of Vaporizer. Goodness me, I really need to clear my throat a little bit here. There we go. Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer in second. Kart Racer there in third. There's been another spinner. That's Terra Racer. I think that is round, becoming more of a Terrorizer, I think, with that spin. But there he's round in P17 behind McConey at this stage. The CRL team are doing a good job there with McConey. Obviously, he had that spin coming through turn 15. But D. Daniel leading the way. Vaporizer in second. Kart Racer in third. Wish I could bring you more action apart from this battle for P2, P3. But there's simply nothing going on out on track apart from this battle.
No, it looks like all the cars are oppositely attracted magnets, and just kind of giving each other a bit of space, almost purposely. But Kart Racer, this is a big battle, because if NSX lose too much time to someone like Daniel going into these last few races, you think Montana must be spent mentally. He was racing through the night, so they can't just lean on Montana. They've got Connor up next, who's no slouch, but they need. It's a little bit like when Ronaldo got when Portugal won the Euros and he got injured in the 10th minute. He's going to need NSX's Renato Sanchez's to step up a little bit, and I think rather than having to rely on the golden boy all the time.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, because I'll bring in another one actually as well, because Montana, I don't think will be wanting to be Ronaldo getting subbed off in the second half like he did in the World Cup this year around, because that will bring out the real anger side, let's just say, in the NSX boys, and certainly in the man, of course, who won 4 championships, LOE Division 1 champion NSX Montana, who is coming up next, I believe, for the NSX team. But D. Daniel leads the way, Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer there in third. Felipe on that set of softs is not really making any inroads as well. He's in a bit of no man's land at this stage after escaping potentially a penalty as a result of that incident with one of the Ferraris of Nicholas, who was actually ahead of him in terms of the strategy, so it really has not worked out for Felipe. They're down in 8th position. He's doing a good job trying to catch up to the back of Larkin, but those softs are going to carry him absolutely nowhere in this race. He's doing a good job for the CSL team, but he is obviously there down in P8, and Larkin there in P7. There's another yellow flag, and I think that might be Timo that is round coming through turn 3.
It is, and it just shows you, even people up in 11th are spinning. Marcus spun, Felipe spun. So really, I think it is the only top 7 that have kept themselves clean.
Yeah, definitely so, indeed. I'm just going to have a look and see if there's any... Is there any game sound, by the way, coming through on the stream? I can't hear any game sound on my end, which I'm getting a little bit concerned about. Hopefully it doesn't make a difference. Hopefully you can just imagine 19 Formula 1 cars going around the track. D. Daniel leads the way, Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer in third. Santari Martikainen, by the way, is in the comment section there, I can see. Welcome to you, of course, supporting the VSL boys who were there in P9. Tudi there is on the back of Felipe, trying to catch him. Felipe, to be fair, has lost half a second to Larkin last time around. Not because Larkin's in DRS, just because those set of soft component tires are not lasting anywhere in this race. There is a further battle going on further down the field, which I'm going to now cut on board with because we've actually got another battle out on track. McConey on the back of Rex. This is for P15 and 16. He looks to the inside line. Correa picks up the first 3-second penalty of today's race here in Spain, as McConey now comes through the right hand of turn number 12 at Bank Sabadell and then dives the way, of course, in towards turn 13, 14 and 15, which might not be homologated to actually run in Formula 1 next year. I've heard certainly rumours that they can take the chicane, out and then only have 14 corners around this track as opposed to the 15, which will be quite interesting. McConey, though, on the back of Rex, he's going to try and get the job done. Hopefully no pressure applied now that I'm running on board with him in towards turn number 1. I think he's just a little bit too far back to go for the move. In fact, he's going to go for the move anyways. McConey to the inside line. Rex actually forced her in a bit of a false centre. He ran the outside of turn number 2, ran the outside of turn number 3, but Rex holds on. And yeah, McConey was just too far back. He had the closing speed. He was just too far back to get the move done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just some great wheel-to-wheel action there. And I tell you what, you are right. Yeah, they don't have to run the chicane, but with it being the FIA, you just have a sneaky feeling they're going to do it because it's the least popular thing to do.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
If they took out the chicane, obviously the chicane I think is now running MotoGP as well. But back in MotoGP, they didn't actually used to run the chicane. It was just that flat right-hander coming through turn 14, basically where we're coming up towards now in the middle sector. McConey is still applying a lot of pressure to Rex at this stage, coming in toward the left-hander of turn number 10 and then into the right-hander of turn number 11 at Bank Sabadell. He's doing a good job though, McConey, at this stage. Has a bit of a snap of oversteer though, coming through the exit of turn number 12 and now just out of sync coming through 13. That left-hander, by the way, coming through on the left-hand side of the track, that is where they would be taking the Formula 1 cars if they did. Bit similar to what we see in the roller coaster in Portimao. Obviously, Portimao not on the F1 calendar next season, but it's a bit similar to that in terms of the gradation and in terms of obviously the potential for overtaking as well, because obviously they can bring the DRS back a little bit as well. We're just waffling on. McConey is still not getting this job done on Rex, so I'm going to go on board with Kart Racer on the back of Vaporizer in towards turn number 1, and he's trying to get the job done. The AlphaTauri man on the back of the house, but he's not quite close enough to try and get this job done. 73 of you, by the way, tuning in, looking at the donations at this stage as well. I'll come on to the donations, of course, at the end of this current moment in Spain, but D. Daniel leading the way, Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer in third. If I can just have a look at the stream, £729.70 for the British Heart Foundation and £317.20, 31.7% of people have donated to the brain tumour research as well. Thank you so much to everyone that has donated. Real Butterbroad, however, is fun coming through turn number 4.
Huge, and again, it helps people like Larkin, who I kind of said about before. Has he disconnected?
Larkin?
No. Sorry, he's going past Terror Racer, who is lapped. So
yeah,
for a second they were both greyed out, but they're all good to go.
You had me concerned there. Goodness me, we don't want any more hooliganism, let's just say, from Codemasters on this live stream and certainly in this event. Chill on the back of Tails, by the way. He's looking for the move in towards turn number 4. The Mercedes on the back of the Red Bull, not quite close enough, but the QVR team really need Chilled, I think, to pick up the pace. Oh, and he's just spun, coming to the right hand of turn number 4. That's a commentator's curse. That's my first one of the event. Probably not the last either. Not sure if he's got damage. I think he's got away with damage, but Chill just about gets the car right going, and there's another yellow flag, and I think that might be Correa who spun.
Yeah, I just want to point something out here. Vaporizer and Kart Race having a great battle, and if you just have a quick look, you'll just see that they've just lapped ESW Jolly. For some reason, ESW Jolly stays on the racing line. I get you, Ghost, but you know how distracting that is when the shoe's on the other foot. And it just completely takes away from a battle in a race. I don't understand why more people that are terrible, like me, don't move out of the way. Just move out of the way. You know, if people are going into a corner and you're a lap down, you'd feel awful if they ended up spinning out or doing something daft. Just move out of the way. It's only going to cost you half a second, and you're a lap down.
It's a rule in Formula One as well, where lap cars do have to get out of the way. Obviously, I don't think that's been brought into the end with the Goldstein system in play, but I totally agree because it is so off-putting. I've been in that position before. I know many of you watching the stream have probably been put in that position before as well. When you're lapping a car, they ghost inside of you, and then you end up missing your braking point, and then end up probably crashing into the driver in front. It is so off-putting, and honestly, I think they need to sort that out. I think personally, the Goldstein system shouldn't even exist in F1, and obviously give everyone just that little bit of a chance to get out the way. It creates fairer racing, and obviously it creates fairer opportunities as well for drivers who are actually in battles to race. Not having to go with Jolly whatsoever, not having to go, it's just a general point that I am making. But D. Daniel leads the way, Vaporize there in second, Car Racer there in third. Tuli, by the way, saying in the chat, how many points for the top three? It's 25, 22, and 20, if I'm believing for the top three.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Something I always thought is that they should remove ghosting from lap cars, because unfortunately it's part of what happens with the ghosting system. And I don't think you can manually turn that part of it off. I would remove it if there was the option, because when it wasn't an option, people got out of the way and people behaved, and they didn't, and then they got in real big trouble.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, so it's a bit of a halfway house, and it's not the best.
See, that's perfect instruction. I've just rode on board with Jess. She was right on the back of Chill coming through the left-hand with turn number 5. And then down the straight, I think it was 2D going through, if I'm not mistaken. He's on the back of Real Bus Abroad. Jess Gamer has got out of the way of that Alfa Romeo. Fair play to her. Didn't need to get out of the way. But obviously a good job there, and she, I think, is coming in the pit lane. No, there's a Mercedes spun, and that's Chill round, and Jess Gamer now is ahead of QVR Chill. So the QVR team, they're top 5 potentially in this championship, in this 24 Hours of F1 event. Chill now has spun, coming through turn 15 at the final corner, and Jess Gamer now is into 18th position, picking up points. That's probably a punch of the air right there from her.
And just to say, I really hope the QVR Game Boys is watching this, because League of Europe have just once again shown QVR how it's done. Bit of an air horn in the background there for you, Game Boys. Enjoy that one. Hope you're waking up miserable.
I think everyone has just probably woken up to that air horn, let alone waking up miserable. Vaporizer and Kart Racer second and third position at this stage, and Kart Racer is still doing a good job on the back of Vaporizer. In terms of the pit stops, by the way, we haven't actually come across the pit stops just yet. Everyone has made at least one stop. Terra Racer has made 3 stops right down the back of the field. Everyone, though, up to P9 has made a 1 stop, including Timo, Correa, Tails, Rex in that. Jess Gamer also made 1 stop. Everyone, of course, has got to do a mandatory 2 stops, so expect the leaders to come in. It looks, however, though, Mark, as if we're going to get a double D Daniel performance here in Spain. He is doing a fantastic job. 8 seconds clear. Just comes to show, I think, how clear he is compared to Vaporizer and Kart Racer on pace.
Now, we've both seen this young man drive, and it seems like since he's moved over to the PC Master Race, his pace has just taken an even bigger jump, because he looks incredible. He's always been a very talented driver, but this is a really, really, really good performance from him.
I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, he's PSGL F2 or F3 PC as well. So obviously his pace is matching toward the likes of Duncan Hoffman now. VSL Duncan, of course, in last year's event. Matthias Van Erven, of course, who has been a part of the esports realm as well. He's been competing in PSGL, I think, in the top tier, however. And D Daniel's not too far off that, to be honest, and he's doing a fantastic job. He's 8.2 seconds clear. And as I say, this is my first experience of actually commentating on crossplay. I'd love to do a bit more with this. I think I was offered certainly WR Legacy Division in crossplay. Did I just accidentally just announce that on a 24-hour live stream? I think I did. Hopefully it's going to get engrossed for the rest of the 23 hours. But D Daniel leads the way. Vaporizer second, Kart Racer third. Nicholas, however, in the pit stops. Is this going to be for a set of softs? I'd assume it'll be another set of mediums, but I think he's already used them up.
It's... Oh, for a start, I couldn't see what they were. They were actually had no. It was just a wheel rim and no tyres which is a pretty funky visual glitch. But it's now gone the softs. But yeah, hard. I tell you what, he'll love them for 2 laps and he'll hate them for 5.
He will, yeah. They'll only come online around, 3-4 laps, I think, into this race, into their stint, and then they really begin to go off. It's around about 7% tyre wear, I think, on average per lap around here, and that is for those who go very aggressive on their strategy, and that, I think, is certainly going to be Nicholas on that on that strategy, on that set of soft compounded tyres. He's there in P7, and obviously he's in a bit of no man's land. Is he going to try and catch them? I don't know. There was another spinner in the middle sector. I think that's Chill round again, if I'm not mistaken. So Chill is round. The other Mercedes, by the way, of Larkin, is in 5th. Minding his own business, has pulled away from the likes of Real Bus Abroad and Nicholas, who just came in the pit lane. Nicholas, by the way, considering his pace down the straight, he is still ahead of Felipe by 8 seconds. That just comes to show Nicholas is washed, and Felipe, I think, just needs to go back to his retirement home.
Absolutely. Do you know what? Since it's breakfast, I'm going to compare Larkin to butter on toast. You know, it's never really that impressive, but it's a 7 out of 10 breakfast, isn't it? You can't really mess it up. And this is exactly how he drives. He's just an absolute butter on toast kind of driver. No frills, cheap, and it just gets the job done. That's it. You know, it's never going to blow you away. It's never going to come first, but it's always there or thereabouts.
Might be cheap. However, their entry fee and their £250 donation before the event began is certainly not cheap. So big thank you to the ERT team for doing that. I certainly saw that before we came live. Tootie, by the way, is on the back of Timo. Gonna get an overtake in towards turn 1, perhaps. The VSR man down the inside line. They're currently leading the standings, so do not want to afford a collision here with their own teammate, of course, out on track in the Alfa Romeo. Tootie, though, on the back of Timo. Is he gonna look for the move in towards turn number 4? Yes, he is. Look at the overspeed to the inside line of turn number 4. She'll get the job done. He's on that set of soft compound tyres, and it's easy for Tootie. He's doing his into P9. Mark as well is going to try to follow him through as well in the Red Bull. Bit of an overlap. Absolutely sends it down the inside line. Beautiful move by Mark. On the brakes, gets the job done. Absolutely terrific. Mark is doing his into P10, and Timo in the end has lost 2 positions and about as many corners.
As Little Blocks gets an awful pen. Awful pen. There, 5 second speed in the pit lane, and just Jess is back past Chill as well, because Chill has spun again, unfortunately. I take no pleasure in that, but a little bit when it comes to Game Boys. But not Chill. Chill's good.
Yeah. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, it's really all hotting up now, and I've just noticed...
Oh, Nicholas! Trying to go around the outside of Nicholas. Sorry to cut you off, Mark. Nicholas and Nicholas side by side coming out of the pit lane, and Nicholas with that fresher tyres is surely going to get the job done. This is Little Blocks that we're talking about. He might dive this to the inside line of turn number 4. The 2 Ferraris going side by side. Who would have thought this in Spain? We saw it in real life. Now we've got it in sim racing once again, and Nicholas and Little Blocks now inches apart coming to the left hand of turn number 5 at Sayat, and job done for Nicholas to the inside line. Little Blocks with a bit of snap coming out of turn number 5. Nicholas is ahead, but for how long? Little Blocks has probably got about 15% fresher tyres.
That is racing. That's proper racing, acting like the cars are real cars. No touching, respect, more than just the minimum amount of space, and that's the kind of racing you get. So kudos to both of them.
Kudos to both of them indeed. There's another Mercedes round. Is that QVR Chill again? I think it might be. QVR Chill has spun once again. It looks like Jess is going to outperform the QVR team. Over expectations, I think, from considering to what I was expecting, certainly in this race. Car Racer on the back of Vaporizer. In the end, though, how on earth has D. Daniel got out the pit stops about 10 seconds clear of Vaporizer and Car Racer? Little Blocks, by the way, is going for the move again on Nicholas, and these 2 Ferraris will like each other, I'm sure, at the end of this race. They've got 4 or 5 laps to try and deliver a very good show. Little Blocks, however, though, just with that experience, just with that pace, is now beginning to pull away from Nicholas. He's through, and he's into P4. But D. Daniel looks absolutely dominant out in front. 9.4 seconds. Humberger are going to be taking the championship lead, I believe, as well from Tootie, who's down there in P10 at this stage. So D. Daniel doing a good job, and he's looking like he's got the 3 Ds in his name. Going to be coming right his way, I think, by the end of this race with only 4 laps to go.
Absolutely. He's driven superbly. And if he was a breakfast, he would be a really well done full English. A fantastic performance there from that man. Whereas Felipe and Mark in the midfield, you would say they're like one of those breakfasts that you get for your all-you-can-eat challenges. It's just slightly overdone all the time. The quality's not quite there, and it's just trying to impress, and you end up walking away feeling a little bit ashamed you even attempted it. But that's enough for the breakfast analogies, I promise you. But I feel like it's apt. And QVR Chill is probably he's porridge, isn't he? And unfortunately today, he's not normally porridge. He's a really boring porridge at the back there.
Yeah, either porridge or maybe a crumb of toast, perhaps. That is going really to the lowest of the low, and that just comes to show how Jess is now probably a slice of toast. Chill is just a crumb down there in P19. D Daniel still leads the way though. Vaporizer in second, Kart Racer in third. Kart Racer has been stuck completely behind Vaporizer. There's a spinner. That's QVR Chill, I think, again, who was spun coming to the right-hander of turn number 8. Kart Racer, though, back to my point, he's right on the back of Vaporizer. They're second and third. He's been sitting there waiting, and I'm sure many people will be watching this battle and thinking, come on, just go for the move, man. He's obviously behind Vaporizer. He's 5 tenths behind him. He's got pretty much the same amount of ERS as well, 87% for both of them. D Daniel now sets the fastest lap of the race. Why wouldn't Kart Racer go for the move now? Apply pressure. We've only got 3 laps to go.
This is so bizarre. This is like a Duracell advert. Their batteries are about 90% full. I don't understand. There's 3 laps left. Like, use a bit, guys. Come on. And really strange behaviour, but maybe they've both got a plan, but Vaporizer needs to keep it. I tell you that. He really, really needs to keep it, because Toody's doing incredibly well. And I tell you what, Toody might have his own race here. This could be pivotal. It's a double points position, and he's closing in on Mark. If he can get that done, and also he's in penalty range of Felipe, as we have a Mercedes round, and I'm going to guess it's probably not. In fact, there's only one Mercedes out on track, so we know. Oh, no, it's not Larkin. No. Yeah, it's not Larkin. I'm almost certain it's not Larkin, so we can safely establish that still.
Yeah, considering he's just lost 11 seconds, I think, the last 2 laps, yeah, it's definitely Chill. Kart Racer on the back there with Vaporizer, second and third position. Only got 2 laps to go after this one. Vaporizer, by the way, is getting DRS from the Red Bull ahead, and I believe that is Tails, if I'm not mistaken, that is ahead of him out on track. There's another Mercedes round. That is not Larkin. That, again, is QVR Chill, who was spun. Chill completely washed there down at 19th. But Vaporizer there in second, Kart Racer there in third. Vaporizer doing a fantastic job, not getting even close to D Daniel on his day here. Onto the penultimate lap of the race, and now sending about himself. Kart Racer on the back of Vaporizer. He needs to try and think about doing something, because there's a Red Bull ahead, not getting out of the way of this battle. This could be absolutely pivotal, I think, for this battle for P2 and P3, of course, with Toody getting that double point as well for Visceral, keeps them into play as well. As I said, probably arguably one of their slower drivers in. Putting the double points on is very smart, and he's on the back of Mark, but I don't think he's got the pace to try and close in on Mark. They're down in 9, and actually saying that, Mark has just spun, coming to the right-hand return number 14, his favourite corner, and Toody now is into 9th position. More points for VSR.
He got all you can eat there through that corner, as we promised, and he's back down to 10th, and he's making an absolute hash brown of this race.
I am not letting you get away with that one. I don't think Kart Racer is going to get this move done on Vaporizer as well. He comes in around the outside of turn number 10, tries to go for the move, hung out to dry on the right-hand side. He's still there for the inside, though, in towards Bank Sabadell at turn number 12. Tries to get the job done. The AlphaTauri now makes his move. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. Kart Racer through, and he's into second, but Vaporizer still there and makes contact in the both round. Kart Racer round, Vaporizer round as well. Drama here in Spain. Vaporizer takes the escape road. Luckily doesn't pick up a penalty. Kart Racer now in second. Arguably, I've got to say, that was Kart Racer's position. I think he was ahead, and now I think he's going to have to let him through. Is he? Down the straight? I'm not sure what's going on. I think he is letting him through. Kart Racer is letting Vaporizer through, so I'm not sure if there was an illegal overtake there. Vaporizer leads. It's D Daniel leads 18.2 seconds. Vaporizer second. Kart Racer in third. Kart Racer had that move. Vaporizer was just on the outside line. It got a little bit aggressive. They got caught in each other, and unfortunately for them, both of them got spun round in P2 and P3, but they're still in that position.
No, I rate it. I think that was fair play. I suspect it might not have even been forced to give it. I don't know. It seemed very odd. And I tell you what, keep an eye out on Tudi in the background here, because he is now within 3 seconds of Felipe, and that could be pivotal. These are pivotal moments out in front for 2nd and 3rd, and for 8th and 9th.
Here comes Kart Racer again to the inside line of turn number 10. He dummies him to the inside line. Vaporizer on the outside line. Just has enough of the car ahead. And Vaporizer, I think, is going to be settling for 2nd. Kart Racer there in 3rd. If he didn't give up that position, as D. Daniel, by the way, comes across the line in an absolute league of his own. Wins by 19.5 seconds, roughly. Vaporizer and Kart Racer, though, still with this battle. Still aggressively fighting. The NLR man has to make one last mistake out of Vaporizer to try and get this P2 round the final corner. And that's a mistake from him. And Vaporizer through, and he's still in P2. Kart Racer there in 3rd. A great battle to the end between them both. I'm sure there'll be words said after that one, and I'm sure they'll both agree to disagree on that. Little Blocks there is down in 5th. Nicholas there in 4th in the end. Great job from the Ferraris. Larkin has missed out on 5th by 700ths of a second as well for the ERT team.
Is Tudi going to do it? It's so close.
Do it? Yeah, 2.9 seconds.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah, easy.
Wow. Wow.
Easy. By a 10th of a second in the end. Tudi over Felipe for P8. More points as well for VSR, which is good. Mark there finishing in P10. The other Mark that's in the lobby, of course. Timo there in 11th. He's coming around Bank Sabadell at turn number 12. Hype, by the way, saying as I was suggesting there, double points, of course, for them. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Hopefully now you're having breakfast as we tune in for the final 3 races of the 24 hours of F1 event. Timor now, the last one to come across the line. He finishes there in 11th, where pretty much half the field, Mark, in the end got lapped.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild.
Nicholas gets drunk today, watered by the in-game fans. Felipe, by the way, in the chat saying, anyone see Mark drive into the back of me? No, I saw brake test down the straight. That is me being crystal clear on the stream. I saw a brake test. It might have been a lag spike, but I think it was probably the former rather than the latter on that occasion. But you never know. You never know. Stewards, of course, will have a look into that, but they'll not have a look into who won this race, because D. Daniel absolutely dominated. Hop, skips, jumps to the top step of the podium, and Humberger, I believe, I'm led to believe anyways, I think they've just taken the championship lead, even with Tudi's double points.
Yes, I think that is probably the case, or it's going to be incredible. Do you know what? I think they just keep it. I do think they may just keep it, because they had a big enough gap. I think they had about a 7-point gap, so if he gets... Yeah, no, I think they will keep it.
Oh, it might be level on points, you know. 9th gets how many points in the event? 25 for the win. 2d8, so that's 4. No, that's... Hang on. I've even got myself confused with this. I don't see the point system. Oh, there we go. Point system is there. So 8 gets 13. In fact, they've actually extended their lead by 1 point. 1 point. Yeah. So it's 8 points now, the gap, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, absolutely. And what's going to be really interesting now, moving forward, will be just... It's a 3-horse race now, I think. I mean, you can't rule anyone out, including Relentless to a degree, and less so QBR, I think. I think it's a 3-horse race with Relentless there and QBR needing snookers, effectively, is how I would describe it.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, QVR, I think, just need to get back into contention. Certainly, I think they were in P5 coming into that event. Not sure how that is going to look, of course, in terms of the standings. However, though, Mark, you are about to leave us for the final time. Anything you want to say in terms of the event?
It's been great. It's been great. We would love a few more donations. We haven't got Lawman's popping in and giving us thousands of pounds like he normally does, so that's always kind of covered it up a bit before. But it's been great. Thank you to everyone that's been involved. But mainly thank you, and a massive thank you, because this year he's done it pretty much by himself. Is J. Cole. So I know he'll be listening to this, because he'll be switching all the comms on and off. But he knows how much he's done this year and how little a lot of us have done. I'm mainly aiming it at me, by the way. I'm not aiming at anyone else. I've been very busy with work, and I actually didn't realise this was going on this weekend. I thought it was next weekend. I only found out last night.
Talbot, how can you forget? It's Christmas Eve next weekend.
Well, no, because it's always the week before Christmas. But next weekend, it's always the weekend before Christmas. But we were talking about this last night with me and Jess, and it was laughing about it because I think she was actually, I kind of get what you mean. It feels a week earlier this year, even though it's kind of not. It's just a couple of days. But no, yeah, big thank you to everyone who's raced, donated, watched, and put up with the noise. Shout out to all the mums and dads and partners as well, and little brothers, sisters, big sisters, all sorts that have had to put up with all of 100 odd of us, probably more than that, 200, 300 of us that are driving in the background. So yeah, no, just it's been great.
It has been indeed. It has been indeed. It's been really great. Obviously, I've still got 3 races to go, which is going to be really, really stressful, I am sure. Hopefully we don't get a China like we did last night, certainly with me and Jess on commentary. By the way, can you invite Jess into the party by any chance?
Yes.
And then we can keep the show on the road. All I need, I think, is an invite, if I'm not mistaken, to the new lobby. So that is all I need. I'm just going and seeing if I've got an actual invite into the lobby, which I don't think I have, because I was going to add everyone, and then obviously realised that, we were starting, so I couldn't add anyone else. So I don't have any invites at this moment in time, but I'm sure we will in just a second. While we get everything ready, of course, we're going to hand you back over to J. Cole for a slight intermission break. We'll probably be about 5 minutes or so, and then of course we'll get back underway for the next race, of course, in Abu Dhabi, where we have got the likes of NSX Connor, Littlebox, QVR Killer, who's going to be joining me in the race after, of course, and also Mr. QVR Chill for Clean Vigor Racing. Hopefully going to do a better performance than what he did there in Spain. Been an absolute pleasure though, Mark, for having you alongside me. We're going to cut back to J. Cole. Big thank you to everyone tuning in, and we'll be back probably in around 5 minutes. So J. Cole, back over to you. welcome everyone to the 24 Hours of F1 event. We are here once again for round number 20. We're getting towards the end now of this event. Thank goodness for that. 20 rounds gone, well, including this one, of course, in Abu Dhabi. My name is James Head, of course. Joining me in the commentary box is PSGL F1 lead commentator Jessica Ball. Jess, how you doing?
Still recovering from the awful race I had at Spain, but apart from that, I'm doing all right. Ready to. It's my last commentary stint of the event as well, so hopefully it should be a good one.
It should be a good one indeed, and you did finish ahead of Chill, and we'll definitely grant you that because there is a bit of an inter-team rivalry, let's just say, going on between the LOE team and, of course, the other team that is involved in that as well. We are getting going ready, I think, for one-shot qualifying very soon indeed. 29 laps, of course, awaiting our drivers around here in Abu Dhabi, and Abu Dhabi, of course, is going to be fantastic. Nolan, by the way, in the comment section, I don't know what he's going on about. The incident with ECOS was me having to educate these PC drivers that you just don't straight line a corner to overtake and force your opponent all the way off track before you turn. I mean, to be fair, I caught on board with that incident with him and Nicholas, and I am certain, I will take it to my grave that I'm certain he brake tested him. It could have been a lag spike. If it was a lag spike, then I apologise. But I'm convinced that was a bit of a brake check from him. Nicholas might want to try and get that certainly into the stewards room. We are going though in Abu Dhabi. One-shot qualifying now about to begin. Cannot wait for the action to begin. And of course, we have got the Yas Marina circuit reprofiled, of course, for the F1 2021. And of course, we don't want to mention what happened around here in real life last year between Verstappen and Hamilton. Do not want to bring up those sorts of memories, certainly, because we do not want a war in the comment section, that is for sure. But we are here tonight, of course, for tonight? Well, looking at it, it could be tonight. Yeah, today, this morning. I'm still used to obviously commentating on an evening, but it's still morning, and it is around about 10 past 10 UK time here. So we are around about 2 hours out, 3 hours out, I think, towards the end. We're going to be finishing, I think, just after 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, which means for all of you football fans, we're not going to be interfering in terms of the World Cup final. You can catch all the build-up, of course, for that from around 2 o'clock, I think, in most countries. But here in Abu Dhabi, about to get going. Who is your favourite, potentially, Jess, for tonight in Abu Dhabi?
To be honest, I haven't had a chance to check the lineup for today's Abu Dhabi race, so I don't have a clue. I just want to be surprised and see who can impress well. But we talked before the stream that you said Connor would potentially do well in this race. But, yeah, is there anyone starting last in this lobby?
I will have a look.
There is. No one starting last.
One board though, with Humberg and Menno on the run down in towards turn number 1. Of course, the PC man who's been doing very well in events this morning. Menno in towards the left-hander of turn number 2. Then through the right-hander of turn number 3. Car killer corner. If you get caught in that inside line, you will end up spinning the car. But now in toward the reprofiled section of the track through turn number 5. Not looking too bad at all, Menno, through the first sector. A lot of jumping and jiving coming through turn number 5. And now on the run down into the chicane of 6 and 7, of course, where famously Nico Hulkenberg famously hung like a cow. I think it was in 2018 or 2019, if my mind served me correctly. Killer and Connor up there. 2D also up there as well for VSR. Of course, VSR still holding on to that lead. I think 8 points is the gap between VSR and Humberger coming into this race in Abu Dhabi. Killer the Wad on top, Connor second, Menno there in third, on board with Menno in toward the middle sector split, and a 52.9 in the middle sectors. Not too bad at all. He takes the left-hander of turn number 9, and then in toward the right-hander of the double right-hander of turn number 10 through 11, then into the right-hander of turn number 12. Of course, only I think 16 corners now on this track as we come now through 13, through the left-hander 14, the Marina Bay on the right-hand side, of the marina I should say on the right-hand side, not to be confused with Singapore, that happened last night. Menno coming through the right-hander now of turn number 15 and 16 on the run toward the line, all out of shape completely, and I think it is the QVR man of QVR Killer who's in the commentary box with me next race. Killer out on top, 2D there in second, Connor there in third. Very good qualifying from Luke there as well, up into fourth, but Killer out on top by a tenth of a second, Jess.
That is quite close indeed between the top two. Great to see Killer up there as well. Of course, they're D2 champion in LOE recently, so yeah, he's a big fan of this track because that's the track where he won the title. So there we go. So which team are we missing, by the way?
We are missing, I'll have a look on my lineup I will confirm who we're missing. It might be... I thought it was the Humble squad, but I've just spotted Finley there down in 9th. Killer though out on top. I will have a look at the lobby lineup in a second. Killer out on top though. 2D in 2nd, Connor there in 3rd, Luke there in 4th, Maledictus there in 5th, with Menno in 6th, George Chalky there in 7th for ERT, Little Blocks in 8th, Finley in 9th, then Charlie ran off the top 10. ESW Colonel Mason in 11th, Kavudi there in 12th, Licks in 13th, Tony there in 14th, of course, formerly CPI Pyro, Slash there in 15th, Fish there in 16th, that'll be a very good 8th row of the grid, Slash and Fish on the same row, Matt, Cyril, and then Chill right down at the back of the field. So my Pyro of deduction tells me I think we're missing QRT Ryan.
Yeah, J. Cole has just confirmed it, so yes. Another race where they're missing, and we still can't beat them, so but we've got 3 teams that are doing double points. We got CSL has Bulas Devoted Disciples for Charlie Harris, and then we got League of Europe doing their double points as well with Saronte. So those are the 3 double points. No 3 seconds off, no last challenges, no, just the 3 double points for this round.
And Visceral Esports coming into this race from the last points update that we had, 311 points, Team Humberg on 304, Team NSX on 304, Relentless on 293, Clean Vigor on 286. I'm sure they'll get updated, of course, here in Abu Dhabi for Lights Out. About to get going. 5 red lights now coming on here in Abu Dhabi. Round 20 of the 24 hours of F1. And it is... Lights out and away we go, and a very good start by Killer, very good start by 2D as well. They shake, and Slimmer coming off across the line as now Connor tries to go around the outside of turn number 1. There's already 3 wide moment in toward turn number 1. There's all sorts of carnage in the background. Chill, Maledictus, Tony, I think got caught up in that as well. There's a huge spin as well from I think Ritz. Maledictus as well, further down the field, got caught up in that. The Alvatari of Kavudi is round. Killer though leads the way. 2D there in 2nd, Menno there in 3rd, Connor there in 3rd, Menno in 4th. The front 5 beginning to pull away. What happened coming through turn 1? There was a reset to track.
Yes, Maledictus got a reset to track. I caught it, but I don't know if anyone else caught it, unfortunately. But yeah, Killer still keeping his position up front at the moment. Everyone's on the medium side, apart from Esports Wales. There's Chalkers and Finley going side by side into the first chicane now as well.
Oh no.
They made contact! They made contact. Not much space has been left at all between 2 of the drivers. It could be 4 abreast here in Abu Dhabi. Remember how crazy it was last year. It was the title decider last year, if I'm not too mistaken, as we're going through the long sweeping left-hander of turn 9 as Finley was still going side by side there in that car, but we've got Slash still ahead at the moment. They're all going a bit aggressive at the moment, as we saw one of the Alpines of Licks, who is overtaken Finley, and it's up to 12.
Yeah, I wonder if Finley's got maybe a little bit of damage on that right side end plate. We'll have to wait and see if he does dive in. He doesn't actually dive in. So does Chalkers. Chalkers is into the picture, and I think that's right side end plate damage, I think, on the car. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3. That's Kavudi that is round as well, right at the back of the field, struggling for his team. Killer, though, leads the way, already pulling away by a second. The QVR man, who, of course, wrapped up the Division 2 championship in LOE this season. Killer leads the way from 2D there in 2nd. Connor there in 3rd. My favourite coming into tonight. Connor hasn't really shown the pace so far in this race, as Tony and Charlie Harris are having a set 2, coming through the left-hander of turn number 5, and now they're side by side running down the straight. The Red Bull Esports team, of course, famously tuned in yesterday into the event. Charlie Harris now making this move for the Red Bull to the inside of turn number 6 into the chicane. Tony on the brakes, tries to hang it around the outside. There's going to be contact here if they're not careful, and there's a bit of contact, and now Slash is right on the back of these as well. And I don't know what Charlie Harris is thinking, because here comes the other Red Bull of Slash. It's 3 wide almost in toward the left-hander of turn number 9, but I think Charlie Harris is just getting out on top. He is. Charlie Harris in 9, Slash there in 10, Tony in 11th, and Tony hung out to dry around the outside of turn number 9, tries to get the job done. Bit of contact as well, nearly 3 wide coming through the right-hander of turn 10 in toward 11 and 12, and Tony still on the back there of Charlie Harris, and now Licks has joined in the fight as well.
Yeah, but looks like it. Elix has dropped a few positions as well.
Killer's spun from the lead! Killer's spun from the lead!
Oh no!
Turn 15! Turn 15, he catches him out. The outside curb, I think, has caught him out, and there's another spinner in the background. I think that is Licks around, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So
no, it's not Licks, it's the other Alpine.
Cyril,
and it's the Alpine I didn't want to spin, so there we go.
It's Cyril there down in 16th. He spun coming through the final corner, but Killer has bottled out of the league, out of the race, and now that now means it's a fight between the top 3 teams in the 24 Hours of F1. It's 2D that leads the way. Visceral Esports out on top. Connor there in second for NSX. Menel there in third as well for Team Humburger, doing a fantastic job. These 3 are pulling away from Little Blocks there in fourth, and SF1L Fish there in fifth. And Colonel Mason, by the way, starting on the set of soft compound tyres, the exception rather than the rule. He's there in P6. Esports Wales, of course, relying on their quicker driver. Maledictus, Licks and Finley having the right set 2, I think, coming out the chicane there. And I think Finley has had to do an illegal overtake there on the back of Licks, lets him through. Licks losing all sorts of positions, and he costs Matt's now getting into play as well halfway down the field.
Yeah, quite a lot of things happening at the moment when you're Mats and Chill at the moment. And,
Fish is round.
Fish is round. Fish is round. That is unfortunate for him. He was doing so well as Colin has got past Fish. Fish is down to 7, but at least he only lost 1 place. By the way, for those of you that haven't checked Discord, we do have a Shoers update. -3 points for Team Relentless, resetting the track and bringing the good name of Mark into disrepute. So, for those of you that don't know, is hi Mark. So there we go. So yeah, if you don't know, -3 for Team Relentless. Not sure if that's going to make any difference. Yellow flag, that's Chill. That is Chill, the man that I beat in the last race. Not gonna let that down, to be honest, for him, as yeah.
League of Europe are outscoring QVR though at this stage. Let's just put it that way. Chill there in 16th is doing a good job for QVR, but now League of Europe are ahead once again. Is this the curse that I'm having potentially on the QVR team in terms of their performances with Chill further down the field? Who knows? Menno on the back of Connor on the back of 2D. They're getting quite close into the left-hander of turn number 9. Beautiful helicopter shot, by the way, coming to the left-hander of turn number 9, and that is probably one of the pictures as Kavudi retires in the pit lane. So he is done. That means no points going to be awarded to that team there. So Kavudi already out of the race, down there in P19.
That's NLO, I think.
It is NLR. I think it is.
Yes.
Yeah, Maledictus is not in NLR, I think, so that is for NLR. Kavudi there, down in 19th, doing a good job. I think Maledictus is Olimpo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
He's
I
there in
think
P11.
so. Yes, so yeah, shame obviously that they have to retire like that. I was a lap down, like from lap 2, and still kept going. So it's for charity, for goodness sake. But excuse me, my throat is absolutely killing me these last few days. But anyway, Fish is going to fight back and try and get P6 back of the Esports Wales guys. As the softs are trying to.
Connor's spun.
Connor's spun as
no, he hasn't.
Swear.
Has he?
No? Wait, what? Yellow. There's phantom yellow flags.
It's Kavudi's AI getting out of the way, I think, on the inside of the track. That's why the phantom yellow flags is there. Connor, though, has let through Menno, and now is going to attack him down the straight in towards turn number 6, and he gets the job done. Beautiful straight line speed by Connor. But I'm not sure if that was tactical, as Fish is now going to go for the move on Colonel Mason as well into the same corner, and Fish does get that job done. Colonel Mason is collected by Tony, and Killer's been caught up in that as well. So Colin has been spun all the way down to P10 in the end. He has been spun, and Slash now ahead of him. QVR Killer now ahead of him. Tuni leads the way though. Connor there in second, Menel there in third. Not sure what Connor. I'm not sure if he made a mistake. I think he did. I think he made a mistake out of turn number 3. If not, that was tactical, and that is now still Connor in second position. Don't really get why NSX do that, but still, it's for charity.
And it's a battle for the championship as well. Like they can't lose points like that. As we're seeing Chill and the Alpine driver Saronte having a nice battle indeed. I don't want to.
And Tootie spun from the lead. Tootie spun from the lead. I turned my head for 1 second, and he spun coming through the final corner. Tootie now is spun.
No one wants to lead this race, James.
This is the curse. It's the curse of Abu Dhabi coming back to haunt everyone, I think, in this race. 2D there in P8, all of a sudden, Visceral Esports going from absolute heroes in front, now to zeros. They're picking up points in P8. They wish, I think, this was their double points race instead. Down in P8, Finley has spun as well, coming through turn number 3. Bacona leads, Menno in second, Little Blocks in third, and now Fish right on the back of Luke, overtaking the Division 3 LOE champion very easily indeed. And Fish now through, and he's into P4, and hopefully going to be fishing for more success.
Nice pun there, James. Nice pun as Chill gets past the RP driver once again up to P14. as I don't have my notes in front of me, as I'm not sure. Oh my God. Not again. The drivers can't see the safety car on track. Oh my God. On my screen, there's a safety car on track.
Whereabouts?
It was past turn 9.
Turn 9. I can't see it, I don't think, on my end. I'll have to flick through very quickly, but I don't think I